If you wanna try, maybe you could be with me, but only for the night. And I'll let the wind blow, baby. Leave that key outside the door. We don't need to tell nobody, but I think I'm ready to be loved. Only for the night. If you wanna stay with me, if you wanna try, maybe you could be with me, but only for the night. And I'll let the wind blow, baby. Leave that key outside the door. We don't need to tell nobody, but I think I'm ready to be You know it, don't know it, you know it, for someday. You know it, don't know it, you know it, for someday. You know it, don't know it, you know it, for someday. You know it, don't know it, you know it, for someday. You know it, don't know it, you know it, for some. You know it, don't know it, you know it, for someday. You know it, don't know it, you know it, for someday. You know it, don't know it, you know it, for someday. You know it, don't know it, you know it, for some.
Good time zones, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Charlotte Motor Speedway for round number 15 of the iRacing Sim NASCAR Fever Series. And we are running the World 600. Yes, that's right, you heard it correctly. We are running the full length 600-mile race right here at Charlotte Motor Speedway. I am Mike Taylor up in the booth right here on the iCast Racing Network, powered by iRacing. And I am joined by a new friend, a little bit of a stranger, but, you know, we're going to work very well together. Pat Wilkinson, welcome up into the booth, buddy.
Very nice to be up here, Mike. Great day for some racing here at Charlotte Motor Speedway. 400 lap, of course, 600-mile race. Sun's out, track's hot. We got a lot of fast cars out there. I think tonight's going to be an absolute corker of a race. Yeah,
Definitely. It's going to be a phenomenal race. Let's go ahead here and take a look at some track information here. So we are going to be running 400 laps for 600 miles here. Your stage breaks will be 100, 200, and 300. Your fuel capacity for today is actually 100% fuel, and they will have 12 sets of tires. Your hometown hero for today is going to be Thomas Flynn out of Charlotte, North Carolina. Your defending winner is Joe Berge, who is no longer here with us in the league. A little Larry McNugget for you. There's only 2 drivers in the field today that has won this race, and that's going to be Jeff Wimmer and Isaac Wilson. Will they be able to bring back the trophy, or will we see a new face here today in the World 600? Your average cautions with the stage breaks is just about 18. Your Cup Series record here at Charlotte is 32, and that happened just last season. Your average lead changes is 31, and your lead change record was back in season 4 when there was 41 lead changes. So let's while we got that under the books, let's go ahead and take a quick look here at our weather. The temperature outside is 66 degrees Fahrenheit. It's nice and cool. That means this track is going to have a lot of grip, and that is something that all these drivers are going to look forward to as this race goes on. Let's see what else do we got here. Man, we have a lot of stuff happening here today. You know, your season champion, your regular season champion will be here today. Let's go ahead and take a look at right here at our championship standings. Dylan Basin in that number 42 with 461 points. He is on top of the board. Angel Hernandez, Charles Robertson, Michael Hoffladason, and Justin Barkley will round out your top 5 there. I'll go ahead and leave this up here just for a moment. What are your thoughts today heading here into the World 600? What do you expect to see on track, and who do you have your eye on?
Well, it's a real hot field out there today. A lot of really fast drivers. Of course, we still have our championship contenders out there on track. Well, the guys to watch. Top 5 picks to win today are Mark Gonzalez, the number 2 car. That's one fast car. I've been watching on the timesheets here. He's been doing pretty well, if I'm not mistaken. Oh. It does not appear he's posted a lap yet. My mistake. Continuing on with our top 5 picks to win, Justin L. Johnson in the number 22, Jeff Wimmer in the number 60, James Bowles in the number 24, and Charles Robertson in the 20. A lot of really fast cars out there today, especially that number 24 Chevrolet. I think my pick's going to be James Bowles for the win out there today. That 24 car is just speaking to me.
Oh, definitely. That 24 James Bowles has always been very, very strong, but I'm going to have to fight you on this one, and I'm going to have to keep my eye on that number 2 of Mark Gonzalez. He's been pretty quick everywhere we've gone, so I'm really excited to see what he can do in that number 2 machine here today. Along with our top picks here, let's go ahead here and take a look at some of our... let me make sure these updated correctly. There we go. We're going to go ahead and take a look at our substitutions for the race today. Starting with Dylan Smith in that number 3 machine. He is taking over for... let me go grab that information real quick. Here it goes. All right, so Phil Manzo. Timothy Perryman, he's going to be stepping in for Chris Otto. Jeff Percheski is stepping in for Eric Jorgensen. Jorgensen, he lost his mom just passed, so our thoughts and prayers are out to Jorgensen and his family. Will Austin will take over for that number 10 machine of Danny Salo. David Justin is going to be in for. Oh, before I forget, Christian Delgado just lost a family member as well. So thoughts out to both the Delgado and Jorgensen families. That 23 of Dustin Johnson, or I'm sorry, David Justin is in for Josh Grasso. David Anderson is in for Shane Griffin. Dakota Orndorff is in for Angel Hernandez. Matt Metler, he is going to be in for Andrew Miller. Isaac Wilson is in for Joey Maines. And your final three subs for today is going to be Dylan Lansdale in for Chris Bishop, Brian Treadwell in for Zach Phillips Sr., and John Dubois is going to be in for Nick Miller. So we have a lot of good drivers out here today as we're getting ready to do some qualifying.
Very much so. A lot of subs out there today, so we'll see how some of them guys do. Not too sure who's potentially first times they will be in the league, but hopefully these some of these guys that are running for the sub positions get some good racing out there today. Long race. It's going to be a very tricky race with how long it is, especially. Cautions are going to happen. We all know that very well by heart. We're going to have to see just how well all these guys do out there, and hopefully maybe we'll see one of these subs on the top step today. Never know.
Oh, absolutely. You never do know. Right here with ISNF is there's a lot of really good, strong drivers out here all around. So one of these subs just might be able to bring it home today, and that's going to be something very interesting to watch.
Very, very true. So, who do you think is going to get the top step on the qualifying out there as they all start coming around turns 1 and 2 and getting underway for qualifying?
Ooh, that's going to be a really good one. Just looking back at, man, that's definitely a really tough one. But let's go with your pick, that number 24 of Bulls. I think he might have a strong enough car to get up there and land it on the pole.
Very true. Right now, that 24 car does seem to be quite hot. It was quite quick in the practice session, so we'll have to see how he does here in qualifying. To my timesheet, he is not started yet, but we'll just have to see how that goes. Hopefully, we get some good speed out of him, see what he's doing.
As we see Tony Frey, he's going to go ahead and finish up his qualifying session, qualifying laps here. Let's see who else is making their way out on track right now. We've got James Bowles. He's
spin on his first attempt as I was watching on board with him just a second ago. Spun coming off the pit lane. He's just coming back out again for another attempt now. Just coming out onto the backstretch as we speak. Entering turns 3 and 4 as he comes around for his first lap. Let's see what he can do here. Quad oval tracks are usually pretty tricky, especially in these newer generation cars, as I've seen anyway. You get really tight coming through the quad oval, and then the rear end gets very slick coming out of turn 2 and turn 4. So you got to watch the oversteer, watch the balance of these cars really like a hawk before you potentially spin yourself out and wreck out of the race. Comes around for his first completed lap. Jumping up to the 10th place position to see if he can improve on that lap time as he comes back around for another go.
Yeah, something I've always noticed about Charlotte is that second lap is usually 99% of the time the quickest.
Once you really get these cars wound up to speed, they really can carry some momentum, especially at shorter tracks like this and a few weeks ago at, Dover and some of the shorter tracks that we've raced here. You got to get these cars up to speed to really get them to work. And that's the thing that can really catch people off guard because you're not always prepared for that first lap to be so slow. You're not always, tires aren't quite warm, the brakes aren't in a good spot. So you got a little bit of adjustment you got to do before you come around for that second lap. You really got to wind these cars really high up into the speed and get the tires warm and brakes and whatever else you really need to do to get them where you want them for that second lap, because that's mission critical that you can go as fast as you can before you run out of time.
Definitely, for sure. And it's funny that we sit here and we talk about time as this is going to be a very, very long race. So all these drivers, they have to manage their time wisely here for sure. Absolutely.
And especially, again, being at a not a short track, but, a mile and a half, especially quad oval like this one, is definitely not the forte these cars are really built to drive. These cars are built with the super speedways in mind, realistically. Talladega, Daytona, and Atlanta. So you're trying to get these 2,000-pound, 3,000-pound machines better part of 170 miles an hour around this track. And despite the banking and despite the width of this track, especially comparing Charlotte to Texas, as they are very similar, you got a lot of room to work with right up until you get into the corners, and you only really have about, 2.5 lanes to work with? So if you go too hard, too quick, you might be running into people and potentially crashing and hopefully not ruining your race.
Yeah, that's so true.
So, especially with a 600-mile, 400-lap race, you got a lot of things you got to be thinking about all the time. Where you're going to enter, who's above you, who's below you, how your tire's holding up, how's your fuel, who's behind you, who's ahead. It's constant thought running through your head, and you can't think too long, otherwise you're overthinking it, and you might crash because you're not focusing on the road ahead of you. I know I've put myself in that position many a time, and it is not a fun position to be in when you wreck yourself out by accident because you overthought the situation.
I know I say this a lot, but absolutely. I tend to say that all the time, so absolutely, though. You're so right, is that moment when you start to overthink, that's when you get in trouble. Absolutely. Absolutely agree with that 1,000%.
When you first start playing iRacing from a beginner's level, you race here sometimes in the mini stocks and the street stocks. And so I can't tell you how many times, how easily you overthink where you need to be, who's around you, and you clip the inside of the turn, you get too low down to the apron, and you clip the bottom of the racetrack, and you send yourself flying up into turn 3's wall, and now you're just upset with yourself because there's no one else to be upset with, and you've ruined your own race and potentially the race of somebody else.
Yeah.
Of course, those races are much, much shorter, but the point still stands.
So with this being a 600-mile race, how long would you wait to really put your foot into the gas, to really start making moves as we go?
Well, of course, there's all kinds of different strategies. Some people enjoy the waiting game, and try and get down to those last, I'd say about 50, 30 lap sessions. Because once you start getting down there, everyone's really kind of worn out. Tires are getting low, fuel's getting low. And now you got people going into overdrive thinking, all right, we got to conserve the rest of the way. You've got the early risers who want to just go straight from the get-go, super aggressive off the start, hopefully not taking themselves out, of course, but sometimes you can get that run going and you can just blow right on by everybody and just take the race straight from the beginning. It's a lot. There's a lot of different ideas and strategies that you can think about and do. The question really should be, what do you think is going to work best, especially for a super long race like this one, being 600 miles of racing?
Very, very good strong points there throughout the entire statement that you just made. Everything is 1,000% right. So let's go ahead and let's start getting this show on the road here, and let's go ahead and take a look here at our starting lineup. Thomas Flynn in that number 47 machine. He had a very strong qualifying run with a 29.010. He was able to outbeat Charles Robertson in that number 20 machine. Inside row number 3, you have Chris Walker, who's in that sub position. Justin Johnson in that number 22. He'll be on the outside row 2. Row 3, Nicholas Johnson and Matt Metler. Row number 4, you got Tony Fry and Jeff Perchetsky. He's in that number 7 machine on the outside. Row 5, Ethan Farless and Eugene Thorne. Cody Meadows and John Dubois is going to be in outside row number 6. Row number 7, you got James Bowles and Dylan Lansdale. Steven Sire and Timothy Perryman, they will round out row number 8. Row 9, Will Austin and David Justin. Row 10, Jeff Weimer and John Hopley is going to be row 10. Row 11, Rhea Ferris and Scott Trusty. Row number 12, Gabe Ledger, Larry Fairman. Row number 13, we have Mark Gonzalez in that number 2 and Craig Lautenslager. Row 14, you have Isaac Wilson and Chris Van Mastrick. Row 15, Mike Iskandar and Bob Wyckoff. Row number 16, you have Brian Treadwell and Dylan Smith. And that will round out your starting grid here today at Charlotte. We've got a very, very long race to go here. I'm anticipating a lot of side-by-side racing and a lot of action, so are we getting ready to get this thing underway?
Oh yeah, we're getting ready to get going down here. But as you said just now, there's going to be a lot of action out there today. And again, with how long this race is going to be, this is probably going to be a realistically 4 or 5 hour fiasco we got going on here as we all get gridded up in the pit lane. This is going to be a hugely long race once again. A lot of strategy to keep in mind. The question is, if you were out there qualifying, where would you wanted to put yourself? Would you want to put yourself towards the front, towards the middle, towards the back? From a racing point of view for myself, I'd say I'd want to start in about the 20th place, taken currently by the number 4 Ford of John Hopley, towards the middle, back of the pack. Not all the way up in the front, but not too far from the rear either. He's got a few Ford teammates to work with him, hopefully, as we start rolling here off of pit road.
Absolutely, we are going to get these cars lined up, and the way it works here at Mile and a Half, as soon as they come back around, we're going green flag racing right here on the ICAST Racing Network for the World 600. And I'm anticipating a lot of green flag racing. And I wonder if these guys can set a record for the less cautions here today. So I'm going to keep an eye on that as we have radio
There's only gonna
communication.
be one way to find out. As we come off of turn 2, some of the cars sliding around a little bit, trying to warm up that tires. Number 11 car in third place of Christopher Walker, especially trying to get as much heat into those tires as he can before the race gets underway. Entering turn 3 just now. A lot of really fast cars out here. 33 and the 54, both of them monster machines out there. We'll see if those two are going to work together. Coming to turn 4, getting ready towards the green flag.
Alrighty, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. It is go time here at Charlotte Motor Speedway for the World 600, and we are green flag racing right here on the iCast Racing Network. As you see, Thomas Flynn and Charles Robertson, they're going to drag race down into turn number 1. Now it's going to be very interesting to see which line is going to be able to hold better here early on. As you see, Flynn starting to pull ahead a little bit there on Robertson, but Robertson has that momentum on the outside. We have Christopher Walken on the inside there of Justin Johnson in that number 22 machine, who looks like he's having a little bit of radio communication error issues at the moment. But hopefully he can get that radio stuff taken care of here as they come here out of turn number 2, and your race leaders are still drag racing down on the back straightaway.
Jump a little bit further back, the 11 and the 22 getting together a little bit just off of turn 2 there for just a moment. 11 getting a little squirrely, but keeping the momentum going, keeping the car straight. Very good save from them as the 20 and the 47 continue to duke it out back into turns 1 and 2. As we start really where the race gets interesting. This is where the endurance begins.
Oh, definitely, as these drivers are still working it out. As we jump on board here with that driver of the number 11, Christopher Walker. He's doing a phenomenal job out here so far. Just riding around in that third spot, as you saw right in front. Flynn, he finally was able to clear Robertson. And so they will now run side by side. Oh, I'm sorry, in a single file line here on the back straightaway.
Now this is where the strategy starts to happen. We're all starting to realize, all right, side-by-side racing is good stuff, but we really need to think about the long game here as we come back around this time by. Pass the start-finish straight. 22 challenging the 11 a little bit into turn 1, running up on towards the outside of the racetrack. Close to that second there. Breezes on by the 11. 35 chasing him down into turn 3. 11 falling back a little bit more. This is probably where some of his strategy is going to start coming into play. Work as best he can, but run as long as he can through his fuel stage. And conserve.
For it being such a very long race, and it's so silly to say, but these drivers, they're already thinking about fuel strategy.
They've been thinking about fuel strategy before the race even began, especially at a long race like this when the caution comes out.
If it looks like it's going to be for that number 60 of Jeff Weimer, he's back there. Rhea Ferris, it looks like she was possibly involved. Chris Van Master might have been involved here as well. Craig Lautenschlager in that number 77, he requested a lot of unfortunate situations happening here early on. Let's go back here and take a look and see what happened. As it seemed, it all started out with that number 60 machine. Oh, the 19 got turned. So that actually started out in front of him. Ethan Farless, he got turned.
Very unfortunate this early in the race.
Absolutely. As we come back here, and yeah, as you see, that number 19, he just gets turned off the front end of that 77. It involved the 88, the 60 slowing down, slight contact. Let's see here. I believe Rhea was able to actually get through with that number 12 machine. Let's go back and watch from that number 12. As she saw it happening.
I'm having technical difficulties on my side, but oh yeah,
Really good,
very
smooth driving there.
But it happens in early stage racing.
Absolutely. As we come back live, take a look at that number 12 machine of Rhea Ferris taking over for Christian Delgado as he takes care of some family matters outside. And our hearts and prayers go out to Delgado and his family.
Yes, very much so. It's always a very sad day when one loses a loved one. So our thoughts and prayers go out to him, his family, and all of their friends.
Well, we're going to get to do it and line them up and do it all over again.
We restack the field once again behind the pace car. Our leader is still Thomas Flynn in the number 47 Chevrolet, Charles Robertson, in the number 20 Toyota, Christopher Walker in the number 11, Cody Meadows in the number 21, Tony Frey in the number 41, Matt Medler, in the number 54, James Bowles in the number 24, John Dubois in the number 8, Dylan Lansell in the number 9, in the number 71, read the wrong number, my bad. Timothy Perryman in the number 6, bringing up 10th place. Those are your top 10 at the moment. We restack the field side by side, coming into turns 1 and 2.
Yeah, so far there hasn't really been too much movement, amongst the top 10. And today, we're also going to crown our regular season champion. And currently, your current point standings look as follows. We have Dylan Basin, Angel Hernandez, Charles Robertson, Michael Hofflidason, and Cody Meadows. That is your current top 5 in points. So it's going to be very interesting to see, as this race goes on, how much points will everybody get?
Very true. This is also what makes Charlotte so interesting, especially at this point in the year as we line up heading into the restart zone. We are green flag once again here at Charlotte Motor Speedway. 47 taking a good leap off the 20. Pulling right up in front of him as he entered into turn 1, trying to get back into that single file action. And we know so well around the Charlotte Motor Speedway, tucking in front of number 11 to come off at turn 2. Resume racing here at Charlotte Motor Speedway.
Yeah, definitely a lot of movement happening right here amongst your top 4 at the moment. As we're taking a look at Cody Meadows, he got on the inside there of that number 11 of Christopher Walker. He's doing a phenomenal job in that number 11 as a substitute here as well. As they come here through 1 and 2, and now they will go ahead and go single file with Meadows taking over that second spot. As here comes that number 24 of James Bowles working on the inside now of Matt Metler. Metler, he's doing pretty good up here in the top 6. But don't look now, because here comes that number 24 James Bowles, who has moved up 8 spots since we have gone green flag racing. So your pick for the day, he's doing phenomenal up here in the top 5 at the moment.
Well, yes, he's my pick for the day, but I don't want to spread the confidence too wide there. You never know if it's going to be too much too early, especially as we're only 2 laps into this race. We come back around, complete another lap here at Charlotte Motor Speedway. That 24 of James Bowles, excuse me, I'm sorry. Getting huge runs in the turns, but not making a whole lot of speed now that we get settled back into more single file action. Running real high up against that wall after turn 2. Start settling back into the rhythm of single file racing.
Yeah, we're taking a look here at that 42 of Gabe Ledger. I believe I heard he's taken over full time for your points leader of Dylan Basin, so that's going to put a hurt to the top 5 there, with Dylan not making up any points here at Charlotte. So that's going to drop him back in the points here as well. As we have a lot of action going on behind that 42 right there with Jeff Percheski and that number 7. Oh, we have one car facing backwards. That's going to be Timothy Perryman and that number 6 machine. That was a very good, strong run for Perryman before the issue arose. Let's go back here and take a look. He just got hooked into the outside wall by, I believe that looked like to be the 42, yeah. So let's...
Yeah.
Oh, go ahead.
That was very... That's an interesting one to watch, really, because you're trying to see if that was the 6 or if that was the 42. As they come off of turn 4, you can't really get a good look at it.
Oh, that actually happened up in front of the 42. So let's see if we can go back and, try to take a...
48, excuse me.
Oh, that was off the front end of the 48 of Isaac Wilson.
It looks to be, yes, that's the number 48 Chevrolet there. My apologies. Yeah, 6 dipped a little low and tried coming back up. Just got turned around by the 48. Just a very bad position to kind of put himself in from my point of view.
Yeah,
very
definitely.
unfortunate, especially this early in the race, but these things do happen.
Yeah, definitely. And, if I'm not mistaken, these drivers, they do have a fast repair, hooked up to them. So, and I mean, as long as that damage isn't too terrible, he may not even have to use that fast repair just yet.
That's another point with... This is one of the good things I like to consider with iRacing being the way that it's set up. With the fast repairs, you at least have a snowball's chance, but you have to use it. You have to really think about when you're going to use it, and you have to use it wisely. Because you only get the one, especially in league racing like this, where if you use it at the beginning of the race, especially with, being the World 600 here at Charlotte Motor Speedway, you've got a whole lot of racing left to go. We have a lot of strategies and a lot of race cars that are really fast out here today. You don't know who's going to turn you. You don't know if you're going to spin yourself out because you wore the tires out of it. There's too many variables, especially this early on. So, like in the case of the 24, making up 8 places on that last restart, huge move from James Bowles, but you don't know if it's going to be too much too early. You gotta be ready for anything, especially this early in the race. You don't want to be using that fast repair. So I hope that the number 6 of Timothy Perryman at least gets back out there and doesn't have to use the fast repair this early in the race.
I like to use, if my damage, depending on what it is, if it's like a minute and a half, I'll try to let, my crew work on it without using that fast repair. But if it's going to be to the point where I can't get it done within 2 pit stops here under caution, then I'll probably wind up using my fast repair early.
Very true. And with a long race like this, you can't always afford to be that slow off the restarts, and you can't always wait for the next caution. You never know if it's going to be you causing that next caution despite your damage already having happened. But sometimes that's just restrictor plate racing and short track-ish racing, 1.5 mile racing.
Yeah.
Long race, still left to go, but I think he's got a pretty good chance at staying out there, as he is now in the 22nd position, 1 lap down. We'll hope that he can get back on out there and get some speed going, and come back around turns 3 and 4, heading into the restart zone.
Yeah, just, managing it right, and, that back bumper, once it starts getting dented and your spoiler starts to move around, it could definitely change the handling of your race car. And we are going to get ready to go back green flag race, and we are green flag here. What a very good jump there by that number 47 of Thomas Flynn, and 21 of Cody Meadows, as he's now racing to the inside here of Charles Roberson, and that will move him up to that 2nd spot. And here comes Meadows looking to get back to the bumper of Thomas Flynn. It doesn't surprise me whatsoever seeing Meadows in that number 21 car up front the way he is, because he's also pretty strong and consistent everywhere we go.
Yes, for the past few races that I have been around for, he's been very fast out there on track. So it's no surprise that he's definitely in the running for the regular season champion, as he tries to chase down the 47 down the backstretch, entering turn 3, diving nice and low into the turns. Come around turns 3 and 4, back into the quad oval here.
Currently, your top 10 is running just about single file. And we're going to jump back here to that number 5 car, Steven Sire, who is getting attacked right now by Jeff Bercheski and that number 7 machine, as he's trying to work his way outside of Sire to take over that 11th spot as they will drag race down the backstretch into turn 3.
Mid-pack is getting real hot right now. A lot of 2-wide action here. That 7 car of Jeff Bercheski. Forgive me if I mispronounced that name. Running a little bit low into the quad oval. 2 wide behind him between the 48 and the 5, as he's making some moves out of turn 2. 48 brushing the wall a little bit. 7 chasing down the 10 and the 54 in front of him. Running a little high into turn 3, taking the middle line. And just breezing by the 10 on the outside with a little bit of help from the 53 Toyota Camry. That 7 car's got some momentum to it. Real speed as we enter turns 1 and 2.
Yeah, that 7 machine is definitely starting to move back up. He has lost just 2 spots since we went green flag racing here. So he's starting to slowly make his way back up, up towards that 8th spot where he originally started. So I think he's going to be another one that we're going to have to watch.
Very much so. He's really got a good number down. He's hitting his marks exactly where he wants to hit them. He's making good passes, good, clean, fast passes. And I realize I've been saying the wrong number. The 54, excuse me, Toyota Monster Machine, just ahead of him. Apparently I can't read today. That's my bad. Running a little low this time as he comes back around towards the quad oval. Little squirrely out of the 54 Toyota as he pulls up alongside, taking the outside into turns 1 and 2. Trying to chase that 23 down just ahead of them as they are side by side coming out of turn 2. takes the lead over the 54, chasing down the number 23 just ahead of him. That is one fast Chevrolet Camaro out there today.
Yeah, that 7 as he gets
tags
into the wall
slightly
again.
out of turn 3 or 4. Excuse me.
Yeah, Jeff Percheski, you know, he's definitely starting to move his way up, but these drivers have to watch that wall hitting situations that they keep doing, because if they get enough damage to that right side of their car, it's going to spell disaster for them, you know, in speed.
Very much so. You don't want to bend a wheel or bang your fenders in, as the 7 is getting some contention from the 54. 54 taking the place back from him momentarily. 7 taking the place back once again, sliding back up into 9th place as we enter turn 1.
Yeah, sorry to take your distraction away from them, but we're jumping up here to David Justin and Dylan Lansdale. These two drivers are going hard at it, and coming out of turn 4 that last time, that number 24 got pinched up into the wall, but he was able to keep it nice and clean as he's still making his way back to the front of this field. He's back up to 5th spot now in that number 24.
Yeah, I've been watching him on my screens as well a little bit here. A lot of really tight pack racing as the front of the pack, the top 4 seem to be kind of pulling away from everybody. Not really using the slipstream, but just getting some speed off of each other as they come back around this time by through the quad oval. 24 trying to chase down that 11 car once again as they enter turn 1. What do you think the leader's secret is as they're pulling away from everybody, seemingly without a lot of help from the draft? Thomas Flynn is almost on turn 3. And the 24, just a second ago anyway, was just coming off of turn 2. These guys are almost a half a lap ahead of 5th place.
Yeah, that number 24 machine of Bulls, he's just a little bit over 2.5 seconds back from your race leader, Thomas Flynn. See, the thing with Flynn is he's just, once he gets into a rhythm, nothing can break him out of it. Like, I believe I see that, like, a little bit he kind of struggles on the restarts, but, like, after, like, the 2nd or 3rd lap, he's in such a rhythm, he's in his own zip code at that point. So it's going to be very interesting to see if any of these competitors can actually get to that back bumper of that number 47 machine.
Well, the 21 of Cody Meadows is really trying to run him down, trying anything to keep the slipstream from getting away from him as the 47 comes through turns 3 and 4. 21 car about 4 or 5 car lengths behind him. Lot of racing left to do here at Charlotte Speedway, but this is where a lot of the strategy is going to start coming into play. Before long, we'll be entering, you know, refueling, pitting for tires kind of zones, and we still got a lot of green flag racing left to do here before we complete this race here tonight at Charlotte Motor Speedway.
Absolutely, and we are breaking this up into pretty much 4 100 lap races. You know, so you know the first one is first stage break is going to be at lap 100. Second stage will end lap 200. Stage 3 is at 300, and the final 100 laps is going to take us to the finish, and that will end right about lap 400, maybe a little bit more depending on how, you know, cautions near the end of this race will you know, dictate if we go into NASCAR overtime or not. As we jump back here to David Justin and Will Austin fighting hard for that 8th spot. Just trying to see where some really good racing is around this speedway, as everybody is currently just about single file at the moment. Now just
huge punt from the 23 on the 7. Very, very interesting there. Wonder what happened. 7 continues on going, but that was a very risky move from the 23. Maybe the 7 checked up a little too hard. 23 wasn't expecting as they come back around through the quad oval.
Yeah, in that whole process, he did lose a position to that number 10 of Will Austin. And now David Lansdale, he's having issues now as he's getting ready to be passed by David Justin now on that outside lane as they go ahead and get themselves single foul here once again. Percheski he's absolutely phenomenal around that outside lane. I think a majority of his passes that we have seen him take today has always been right around that outside lane. As Will Austin, he's doing the same thing now. He's following Percheski around as he overtakes for that 6th spot here as well.
Yeah, Jeff Percheski really having a good race out there in that number 7. Will Austin, the number 10, just behind him. He's trying to chase that 7 car down. But I can agree with you. Jeff Percheski's had a lot of luck on that outside line with overtakes out there. What do you think his strategy is? Try to make as many places up as early as he can in the race before the pit flag pit stop when he needs to start happening, and then try to outlast and outrace the out there? Or do you think he's trying to make the places up now and then conserve towards the end of the race if he can make up enough position?
I mean, with it, with us running working lap 40 now, we only had 1 caution. As we're looking back to this amazing battle between these 5 drivers back here for right around that 7th spot. That number 7 machine, he very well could be, trying to make up some spots here on the early runs and then probably be a little bit more conservative, probably for the middle part of the race, but that'll give him time to really attack again later on when the laps start winding down. As we go 3 wide here on the back straightaway, the 11 car quickly goes ahead and backs out. Oh, that was close. Dylan Landstrom almost getting to the back end of that number 2 machine, but they were able to get it all sorted out. That was
very
close
there for a second. I thought the 71 just hooked the 2. From my camera point of view, which I'm watching right now, it looked like the 71 completely hooked the 2. Thankfully, that was not the case as we are continuing on going. Oh, and the 1 car gets turned by the 22.
Mike Iskandar hard into the inside wall, and that's going to bring out our caution as both drivers, Iskandar and Johnson, both come to a stop on the paint down by the entrance of turn number 3. Definitely very unfortunate situation there. And the 99 later on, he also has some issues, and he's facing the wrong way down on the apron of 3 and 4. So we're gonna have to go back and see what happened to John. But first, let's go back and see what happened to Justin Johnson and Mike Iskandar as they come out of turn 2. Just pure net code there. We know that that Johnson has been having some technical difficulties with his radio communication. So that's something that his team will need to get figured out. But let's also go check back and see what happened to John DuBois in that number 99 machine. He was slowing down and he just got turned to the outside by that hard charging number 41 machine, and he just wasn't able to regain control from that point of contact. So he'll go ahead and teeter-totter right there on the apron. And looking at this view, that just shows how much banking is on this track surface, that if you position these cars just right, they will wobble back and forth on 2 wheels.
Very true. Very very unfortunate wrecks this early into this race. Just over lap 40 here at Charlotte Motor Speedway. A lot of race left to go, but maybe it's better that they get the wrecks out of them now, so it's not a total demolition derby coming back to the line on the last lap. Hopefully these guys don't have too much damage as they are able to get back out onto the racetrack. As the whole field shuffles down through pit lane. Coming off pit lane now, I'm a little behind, so I apologize. But there is plenty of racing left here to do, and we've got all night to do it. So let's see what happens.
Yep, Jeff Percheski, he is now making his way back out onto the field. Let me see if I can find Percheski and we'll see what we can do about dragging him up here. Alright, I don't see Percheski in here. That's alright, that's alright. Let's see who else is in here. I'm just making note of everybody that's in here so I can go snag somebody later on. As we are doubling up here on the back straightaway once again. Alright, so we just had a pretty decent long green flag run there. So a lot of these drivers a lot of these drivers are doing just a phenomenal job all around, leaving enough space, for their competitors to run side by side. And when it boils down to all that, it's just been a phenomenal race.
I couldn't agree more. As we're coming back around turn 4, pace car is off. Entering into the Echo Park restart zone. 20 pushing the 47 a little early there as we go green flag once again. 47 by the 20, by the 21 on the outside. All three of them trying to get a good run off the start here. I think that was a great restart all around. 24 a little bit further back, but that's okay as we get back, settle back into the green flag racing. Yeah, 47 by the 20 and the 21 as we enter turn 3 and 4. 24 chasing him down. Number 10 on the inside. And number 77 just behind the 54. And we are...
That's the 71.
71, excuse me. I apologize.
I got you. I got you.
Too many numbers, too many names.
Oh, the joy and love of racing.
I do apologize, ladies and gentlemen.
Now, talking about too many names, too many numbers, how about when motor racing first started and they weren't carrying any numbers or anything like that?
Funny enough, because the road in my hometown, up the mountain, the original test track for Indian motorcycle and other vehicles that were built in Springfield, Massachusetts back in the day. They used to hold time trials up the mountain. It's a little fun tidbit of history of where I'm from. As we have some wild green flag racing here, a bit more towards the back on board with Dylan Lanzel, number 71. A lot of wild racing down here towards the midfield of the pack. Too wide, getting really kind of wild back here, but hopefully they start settling things down. Way too early to be going this hard this early as we're just completing the first 50 laps this time by.
Yes, definitely. Oh, as there's contact out of turn number 4, but both drivers are able to keep it moving in the correct direction. Yeah, there's, whoa, the 71's turn. He saves it. What a sell. Nope. There it goes.
The 7 and gets turned by the
Oh.
2. The caution comes out.
Hard
And the 2
contact.
followed by the 19.
The 19 involved, that 2 car of Mark Gonzalez, Ethan Farless, Lansdale. What just chaos just broke out there between these 3 drivers.
A lot of damage on the 71 of Dylan Lansdale. That was a huge crash. I thought he had that saved for a minute there. That was an excellent save from that spin coming off of 2. A bit assisted by some contact, but that was an excellent save. Very unfortunate how it had to happen.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's get a better look at this here. Let's actually take it back to that 71 machine. Just going for a wild ride. Saves it, but unfortunately he does come back down. Gets turned off the nose of the 2, and then the 19 had absolutely nowhere to go. A lot of unfortunate situations there for that one. Let's come back here and take a look as we ride on board with that number 19 machine of Ethan Farless. He originally sees that smoke in front of him from where the 71 saved, and then just from there it all just went from sideways. He tried backing down, and then he actually got hit a little bit from behind, so just adding a little bit of insult to injury there. But he will come down pit road now, get some work on that number 19 machine there. You know what, let's go ahead and pull up that number 24 machine here. Let's have a real quick conversation with him before we get going back green. How's that sound?
That sounds fine to me. Apologies.
Oh, Mr. James Bowles, do you got a copy?
Roger, roger.
James, what an incredible run for you so far in that number 24 machine for Hendrick. You've moved yourself up 9 spots since we have gone to the since we gone green, and you know Pat has chose you for his choice to win tonight. How fast is that number 24 machine?
I mean, considering I just got home from work and had 0 practice when when the session went to qualifying, I don't know. I wasn't really anticipating how well we're gonna do. I'm just seeing how the field flows right now, but so far, I mean, field seems kind of symmetric right at this point in time. Just right now, just trying to be able to flow the race and see where it leads us. But, I mean, no, I know my season's been pretty terrible. I'm usually not this far down the points when I was full-time seasons ago, but I mean, I'm hoping for a big turnaround.
Well, you're definitely doing a wonderful job here. Do you have any questions, Pat, before we let him get back to it?
Do you think you're going to keep this pace up for the remainder of the night? Do you think you're going to kind of wait out the rest of the field? What are your expectations out there for tonight, apart from hopefully winning this thing?
It's the race. I've been struggling to do that this whole season, and that's abnormal for me. I'm usually pretty good at finishing these races, but you know, after a long hiatus away from the league until this season, when I came back full-time, I'm just going to see what happens.
All right, well, best of luck to you out there. We won't distract you anymore, as I know you're coming off of turn 3 here.
Yep.
Best of luck out there, and have a good night.
Thank you, guys.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and get him back over to his Hendrick Motorsports teammates. Ladies and gentlemen, that was the number 24 machine of James Bowles, as he looks to start on the outside here on the restart here. And we are green flag racing once again here. James
Drop instead.
Yeah, Charles Robertson. Number 1, be very, very dominant here. as the top 4 get single file, and then we pick up with Will Austin and Matt Metler in that number 54 machine. They're now duking it out back here for that 5th spot.
Very true. 54 machine also been very fast all night, trying to chase down the 10, the 8 and the 23 side by side, chasing him down behind him. Oh, and the 8 gets turned by the 23. Huge one.
Multiple cars here involved. Oh man, too many cars. Jeez. And they're still wrecking out of turn number 2. Let's take a look. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 cars involved in this one, and it all started off with Scott Trusty in that number 8 machine as he got himself stuck to the outside wall there. Let's go back.
One by the 23, came up, took out the 5, the 41, just from the spin out on his own. Got punted by somebody else a little bit further back. Number 9 Napa car. We just went green flag again, too. Gave the 41 another little love tap. 71 got turned by someone coming on the apron. I can't really make out who that is at this moment in time. But just very unfortunate series of events.
Yeah, definitely a lot of unfortunate events here going on. I think that was Lautenslager up in the wall as well. You know, the 8 had nowhere to go. The 7. Actually, he was involved in this one as well. A lot of good names here taken out in this big one.
I think just with these past few cautions, these guys need just a good reset in the green flag racing. Sometimes that's all it needs. Once you start getting into the mentality of, oh boy, a lot of these fast guys are starting to get taken out, you got something to worry about because you don't know if you're going to be the one that gets taken out next.
Yeah, absolutely. And we're going to ride on board here with Timothy Perryman in that number 6 machine. He was rolling it down, just got down onto the apron. And that transition is what got him sideways, and he was just along for the ride from there. So a lot of good drivers taken out in this one. And unfortunately, I hate to say it, but I think a lot of fast repairs possibly might be used here on this under this latest caution.
I think so as well, unfortunately. With that amount of damage this early in the race, you don't want to lose too many laps, too many places. So realistically, a fast repair in this situation is really your only option if you want to get back out there. But now you're going to be risking a wreck later on and having the same issue, but with no fast repair. So this is where the mind games start to come to play from the racing point of view. We come back 1 lap to green. Number 20 of Charles Robertson on the inside line is your leading car at this point in time. Cody Meadows on the outside in the number 21 Ford. James Bowles in 3rd. Will Austin in 4th. Jeffrey Weimer, in 5th. David Justin in 6th. Jeff Percheski in 7th. Gabe Ledger in 8th. Eugene Thorne in 9th. John Hopley in 10th. Larry Fairman. What's going on? A lot of movement on my timesheet because they're all under caution. My apologies. It's moving faster than I can keep up with, and I'm trying to keep things rolling here. Oops. We're doing it live. 24, the 60, and the 7 on the inside line there, getting a little bit close to each other as we come back around turns 3 and 4. 10 pushing the 21 a little bit, 23 closing in, 42 warming up his tires up on the top side there. Come back around off of turn 4. Pace car is off. Entering the Echo Park restart zone. We are green flag here once again at Charlotte Motor Speedway. 20 with a great start. 21 just behind him. 24 also getting a huge restart. Following just in line behind the 21 car. We enter turns 1 and 2. The 21 by the 24. Back stretch.
A lot of side-by-side racing back here for that 7th spot between David Justin and Gabe Ledger.
Christopher Walker also in the mix for that position as well. And chase down that P7 of David Justin and the number 23 Toyota. A lot of action happening out here on the racetrack. These guys need to really start thinking about calming it down, making these race work for them, and start making some magic happen later on in this race, as we're only just at lap 60 now. We haven't even hit the first stage. We got a lot of racing left to do out there tonight, and we got to really think about what's about to happen next. The caution comes out once again.
And that, I believe I saw Perryman's name involved. Oh, it was for Rhea Ferris in that number 12, as she's got a lot of damage on the front end of her race car. Let's go back, see what happened to Rhea to bring out this caution. She was just working that middle lane and slid up the track, and she looks like she got into a 3-wide situation, got turned off the nose of that 35 machine. Hard impact to the outside. The 88 had nowhere to go, and she pounds the inside wall. So that 88 machine of Brian Treadwell also involved here. A lot of hard impacts here, so let's come back here, take a ride with Brian Treadwell.
They're wrecking under caution on the backstretch. The 23 and the 11 just came together, and the 22 and 66 just had a few little crashes. What is going on out here tonight?
That is actually a very good question. Let me come back here. Let me see what's going on here. So coming through turn 2, the 11 car slows it down. Oh, he just didn't slow down quick enough for the caution, and then everybody else just gets into it. The 66 is around. So that would be the 66 of Eugene Thorne. And once again, that number 22 of Justin Johnson involved. And what happened here on the back straightaway. So hopefully not too much harm done for these top drivers here.
Very true. In my opinion, though, by of which is no means professional, you shouldn't be wrecking under caution, though. You know the yellow flag's out. You know the pace car is going to be somewhere on the track. Be ready to be slowing down well before you find it. Because that, in my opinion, is just unacceptable, and it's just stupid racing. You know the pace car will be on track if the caution is out. There's no excuse to not be slowing down and getting ready for it. Forgive me, but that just makes me a little unhappy, because I can't begin to tell you how many times I've been the victim of that. And it never gets any less frustrating when you're all of a sudden facing backwards on the backstretch with your tire, completely ripped off the car because the guy behind you came up doing Mach 5 for no reason, and now you're racing it.
That is very, very true. Give me just one moment here.
It's okay. One lap under the pace car left. Getting stacked up once again, side by side. Your leader is still Charles Robertson, followed by Cody Meadows on the outside in the number 21, James Bowles in the number 24, Will Austin in the number 10, in fourth, Jeffrey Weimer in the number 60, in fifth, David Justin in the number 23 Toyota in sixth, Jeff Percheski in the number 7 in seventh place, John Hopley in eighth, fourth, Gabe Ledger in the number 42 in ninth, Michael Kandar in the number 1 in 10th. As we come back around towards turn 3, will be green flag momentarily.
All right, boys, let's get this all done and ready to rock and roll again. As we come around to take the green flag, we will have 336 laps to go. So we're still pretty early on in this race. We're working caution number 6. And as you did state, boys, settle down a little bit. Let's get to at least lap 300 before we start seeing some of these drivers. Oh, big, huge.
It was carnage once again.
Whoa, timeout. Whoa.
What is going on out here, ladies and gentlemen? This is getting ridiculous.
What in the world?
The entire field, except for our leaders, not knowing what a restart is.
Wow, whoa, jeez. So, how are we going to decipher this one, as I think more than half the field was involved in this?
I think what happened, from what I'm looking at, the 60 might have punted the 24. 24 got loose, shoved the 20 forward, and then the 24 still getting shoved by the 60. Just completely hooks right into the 10 and wipes the field clean. That's the best I can make out. Because that is ridiculous.
Pure chaos right here on the start. And as we have drivers finishing snaking their way through, I believe we had... Let me go back and pause it for everybody so that we all can see.
I believe we had about 25 feet of green flag racing. I think that's what we just witnessed.
Alright, so I'm counting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 cars, 14 cars, all had some sort of contact. And the only ones who were truly able to avoid was going to be the back end of the field as the 9 gets going and gets into the 6. Oh, the 66 got back into the 9. Chaos. Ladies and gentlemen, I just said, let's get to lap 300 before we start using up all of our fast repairs. And unfortunately, I believe a lot of cars are now going to be using up their fast repairs.
Apologies, ladies and gentlemen. I had to go take care of something really quick. We are still under caution here at Charlotte Motor Speedway. Coming back around. See if the 12 car here gets the wave around as we start lining up once again. Ooh, excuse me. 12 car gets the wave around. 21 car of Cody Meadows is now your leader, followed by the 20 on the outside of Charles Robertson, John Hopley in the number 4, Gabe Ledger in the number 42, Craig Lautenschlager in the number 77 in 5th place, Nicholas Johnson in 6th, the number 35 Toyota, Timothy Perryman making up some good places here. He's made up 9 places since the initial start of this race, the number 6 Ford in 7th place, Dylan Lansell, the number 71 in 8th, Mark Gonzalez in 9th, Larry Fairman in 10th. Those are your top 10 drivers out there as we speak.
As of right now, I'm taking a look through the field. It looks like we currently have only 24 drivers currently on the lead lap. And Ethan Farless in that number 19, he will be the first car a lap down. Looks like Dylan Smith in that number 3 machine. He actually never ended up starting this race.
I heard through the grapevine you had internet troubles before we hit the green flag. Very unfortunate for him that he was not able to attend tonight. Another fearless teammate that I usually race with in other leagues as we go green flag once again here at Charlotte Speedway. 21 with a huge start off the line, 20 chasing him down right behind him. 4 and the 42 challenging each other. As they enter turn 2. 4 place position, 42 sliding up behind him as they almost go 3 wide down the backstretch there. So start settling things down as we continue on through turns 3 and 4, heading back towards the start finish line. Lap 69. We are almost done with the first stage.
As soon as this stage comes to an end, I'm going to start jotting down numbers, getting the calculator out, and we're going to figure out our point standings here. Currently for our top 5, and if need be, I will crunch numbers for 6 in standings as well. But let's try to get through this first stage here so I can verify who's got what. But now we've got some good racing going on once again back here, right around for that 6th spot. And here comes Mark Gonzalez in that number 2 machine. He's starting to make his way up towards the top 5 here once again, as he has his eyes set on that number 6 of Timothy Perryman. And we have a yellow out once again. Looks like it's going to be for the 5 machine of Steven Sire and the 35 of Nicholas Johnson. Let's go back here and take a look, see what happened on the exit of turn 2. The 35 came down and got into the front bumper of that 8 machine, and he was just along for the ride down the back straightaway from there.
And he took out the 1 a little bit doing it. Slid up into the 1, I believe that was. Very unfortunate. No, that wasn't the 1. Who was that? Forgive me, I'm trying to read numbers sideways here.
I believe. Yeah.
85 slid up into the 1. 2. Very unfortunate for the 1 there. That's going to be a lot of right side and left side damage. Hopefully he can get that fixed and get that out there pretty quick. Number 1 car of Michael Iskandar, excuse me.
Very unfortunate there for him, as you know, Iskandar just was an innocent bystander in the situation. Definitely a very unfortunate situation there.
I said it a little earlier, and I'm going to say it again. These guys really have to start settling down. They cannot be making mistakes and wrecking out like this early into the race. It's just boneheaded to be racing this hard and this early in the race, especially since we haven't even completed our first 100 laps yet. We still got 300 more laps of this to go. At this rate, we're not going to have any finishers. Everyone's going to be wrecking out of this race, and of course that's not what we want. 19 of Ethan Farless goes on the outside as the lucky dog. A lot of these cars are trying to make the magic happen this early in the race In my opinion, it's about the second and last stages where you really want to make your moves happen, especially in longer endurance style races like this, especially like the 600 mile, the 500 miles at Daytona and Talladega, and big races like that. You can't be running this hard this early. These cars at this track are faster than the track is able to work for you. So if you're running too hard and too quick, you're going to be burning tires, you're going to run out of fuel, and more importantly, you're going to be running all over everybody else on the racetrack because they're trying to conserve, and you're trying to go like a bat out of hell out there. It's not going to work.
Yeah, that is very true. And these guys, it seemed like this last incident, it was just a spatial awareness thing. You've got to be aware of where your competitors are on track, because if you're not clear and you come down, well, guess what? You're going to go around and you're going to cause an issue. And looking back on that caution prior to this, on that restart, it looked like Robertson, he spun his tires, and so the inside lane just did not get going, like everybody anticipated, and that's what happened there. So these guys really got to get themselves back in order here and start focusing on hitting marks, being aware of where everybody's at. Again, we still got, at this point, I think we still got almost 500 miles left.
I believe we're right about there. Yes, I think so. And again, these races are long. They're mentally taxing. You got to know where you are on the track. You got to know how wide your cars are, especially if you're running on a single screen, like a lot of the majority of players do, because not everybody can afford triple screen setups. You're trying to see everything from a set point of view. You don't have that extra point of view on your right and left side. You can't see that far over. So you come back around into the quad oval, into the Echo Park restart zone. Green flag once again here. Start of lap 75, 21 with a huge restart once again. Being chased down by the 20, sliding up behind him. Number 77 Chili's Camaro. Chasing them down. Chased down number 4. We come down the backstretch. Into turns 3 and 4 once again. 2 pushing the 77 a little bit. That's okay. Keep it going. Come around and complete yet another lap here at Charlotte. Hopefully this time we'll go more than 4 or 5 laps of green flag racing.
Yeah, absolutely. As we have trouble, Bob Wyckoff, he's around on the front straightaway. A lot of damage here. Steven Sire, he's spun out here in turn number 1. But it looks like we're going to stay green flag racing here. Let's go back here and take a look, see what happened out of turn number 4. Again, just spatial awareness. The 23 came down on the 9, and the 9 wobbled back up on track, hit the inside wall really hard. And unfortunately, Steven Sire, he was just an innocent bystander to the whole situation. So... like I said, again, these guys really have to focus on, where everybody's at on track. And that's just something that I feel like these drivers are having issues with tonight or today is, so far, they're just not really minding their P's and Q's, and not being very well aware of where other people are on track, and, they got to face forward.
Car finally gets into the pit lane. I would not have waited that long if they were going to the top of the flag. They didn't, but I really do not appreciate the wreck car being up on the bottom of the banking there as he came off of turn 3 and 4 into the pit lane. Especially when you got cars coming up behind you that are going 180 miles an hour. Sometimes they don't even register that you're there. You got to be ready to be moving out of the way from the cars. That's why when, especially in the case of lap cars at super speedways and smaller speedways such as this, and Las Vegas, Texas, tracks like, you want the lap cars to be way up top, or better yet, on the apron. if you're not racing these guys, they shouldn't be up on the track with you. Not saying they can't fight for their places, but they really shouldn't be walking your way if you're leading the race.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, taking a look here at Scott Trusty. Oh, in trouble! Scott Trusty is around on the back straightaway. That one will bring out a caution. I was about to say, Scott Trusty, he got into the wall hard on out of turn 4, bounced off of it, shot down the track, but he was able to save it, and then they were running side by side out of turn 2, and you know, let's come back here now, take a look, see what happened to Scott Trusty here on the back straightaway. It looks like that 42 was on the inside, and it looks like Scott Trusty, he possibly swerved down a little bit right across the nose of that number 42 machine.
Is it the number 42? It's the paint job I'm seeing is the number 60. So if
it
is
might have been
number
the 60.
42, then I apologize.
Well, let's do what's one better. Let's go back, take a look. Yeah, indeed, it was the number 60. I apologize.
Wasn't looking to correct you. I'm just making sure we're getting this right.
Yeah, it looked like Trusty came down.
You're both equally to blame here because it looks like the 8 kind of lost it a little bit, kept his composure coming off of 2, and then the 60 seemed to walk up into the outside and just lost it off of his point of view and just completely dumped the 8.
And then we had more issues after that. John Hopley had issues. He was checking up for the caution. The 6 did not. And he tapped the 4, and the 4 just overcorrected it hard into the outside wall. And he came right back down, got into the 99. People had to avoid by going down pit road, but unfortunately there was hard contact for, who was that who came down pit road? Yeah, I'm not sure who that was, but that's definitely very fortunate there. Let me see here. That's Weimer. Oh, so was that Ferris who made that quick move down pit road? Let me take a look here. To avoid, that was Rhea Ferris in that number 12 machine. She came down pit road to avoid, but unfortunately she couldn't get it rode down, and she ended up hitting that pit wall down at the beginning of the pits there. So again, just unfortunately a lot of things happening here. Something happened here to the number 5 of Steven Sire under caution. It looks like the field checked up. Oh no, he's good. They just came to a complete stop. But no harm, no foul to those machines. Everybody's good. So if you look at the tower, I just want to point this out here. You have the drivers that's highlighted in yellow. Those drivers are currently locked into the playoffs. So Cody Meadows, Charles Robertson, Mark Gonzalez, all these guys are up there in the playoffs at this point. And 2 of those 3 drivers, they're currently in the top 5 in points. And so we're going to have to watch and see, what happens here. And, between Cody Meadows, Charles Robertson, Mark Gonzalez, let's go see, what kind of stuff that they've got going on.
Forgive me, I'm trying to fix some of my screens as we're coming back around turns 3 and 4, getting ready for another great restart here. Start of lap number 84 for Charlotte Motor Speedway.
Yeah, that's all perfectly fine, man. You do what you gotta do on your end. As we're going to come out of turn 4 back into the Eco Park restart zone, and we are green flag once again. Cody Meadows gets an incredible start here on the restart. and he'll pull it and clear the number 20 of Charles Robertson, as you see that number 77 of Craig Lautenslager making his way to the front. You know, he's trying to put some noise up here to these boys out front here, and he's trying to overtake that second spot. Still good side-by-side racing here out of turn number 4 between Robertson and Lautenslager. Robertson on the outside, Lautenslager trying to take the position from the inside, but he's just having trouble right now clearing. Number 2 now, and they continue to run heavy down the straightaway here. Still side by side for that second spot. And usually when drivers around you are running side by side, you can either start gaining on them or pulling away. However, Meadows, he's not able to pull away from these top 2, and if he is, he's only doing it maybe like a foot at a time. Really good, strong battle here, coming down the back straightaway for your top, for your second and third place here for the top, for that second spot. Currently, Robertson has it, but Lautenslager trying hard to keep it hooked down to that inside, as he will get alongside of him again out of turn number 4. Back to the start-finish line. Lautenslager will pull out just by a nose at the start-finish line. Back it here into turns 1 and 2. As they exit turn 2, they're still going to continue to drag race down the back straightaway. Both of these drivers are not giving it any way, but here comes that number 11 machine of Walker. He's trying to make some noise as he gets into the back bumper of that 77, lets up, and that will open up the door for that number 2 of Mark Gonzalez to make a move for that 4th spot, and he will clear him here on the exit of the quad oval and down into turn number 1. Top 10 drivers now single file, as these drivers are starting to make a lot of headway to finish out this first 100 laps, and we're just about 11 laps from that stage caution, as your top 4 are now single file. But here comes Timothy Perriman in that number 6 machine. He's trying to take over that 5th spot from Walker on the outside as they go through turns 1 and 2. And of course, when I say that, here comes Mark Gonzalez trying to make a run on the outside of Lautenslager, but Lautenslager, he will close it off on the exit as he does a crossover down into turn 3. He will overtake that 3rd spot. Meadows, Robertson, Gonzalez all in the playoffs take over the top 3 spots now as they come down into the quad oval. Gonzalez, I don't think he's done at trying to make spots up here on the front straightaway as they dive down into turn number 1. As we move back a little bit here, back into this field, catching up here with Christopher Walker and Will Austin in that number 10. They're now side by side down the back straightaway, and Austin, he will complete the pass out of turn 2. But here comes James Bolin, that number 24 Raptor Chevrolet. He's going to rock it around on the outside, tag the wall a little bit on the exit turn 4, but he will make the pass, and he said, "See you later, Walker. I am out of here." As it is now Dylan Lansdale's turn to try to work around that number 11 of Christopher Walker. Walker having a little bit of issues here on this very short run, as we just got word that Rhea Ferris, she's made her way back out on track from that in that number 12 machine. As you see, Walker and Lansdale now going to go single file here. Let's start moving back up through the field here just a little bit. Seeing, if there's any action going on out front. Nothing's really standing out just yet. Let me skim through the field here. Let's see if I can find some really good tight racing somewhere. But at the moment, I am not seeing any good racing. Meadows, he is now out to almost 3/4 of a second lead over Charles Robertson. Cody Meadows very, very strong late in this first stage here as things start to settle down now. As I say that, here comes Gonzalez looking to make a run here on Robertson in 3 and 4. Unable to make any sort of move just yet, so they will stay single file here back onto the front straightaway. As the drivers behind them, they're starting to pick it up a little bit back here as well. as you see the 10 car of Austin starting to make some moves on Perryman in that 6. And you see Bowles going back to where he loves the most on this racetrack, right around that outside lane. As you see, it's 77, and I'm sorry, Mark Gonzalez now making a move on Robertson. Robertson shuts the nose on Lautenschlager as they will go 3 wide on the front stretch. But they will go ahead and go back double file, and Lautenschlager trying to decide where he wants to go. But unfortunately, the 2 and the number 20, they're both taking up all spots on track. So unfortunately, he's going to have to back out of this race so for now. But here comes Gonzalez back onto the inside. Robertson heading down into turn number 3. Lautenschlager right behind them. He's going to go ahead and wait and make a move here on the inside as well. As they come out of turn number 4, it's going to be Gonzalez at the line here. And they are going to continue to run side by side heading down into turn number 1. Lautenschlager still trying to find a hole to get around these two. But these two want to do everything they can to keep him behind, because right now we're closing up here on the stage in just about 3 laps. And so these guys do want to keep as much points as they can heading into lap 100. As they come out of turn number 4, Robertson's doing his best to keep Lautenschlager behind him. But Lautenschlager gets a run out of turn 4. And he's going to take over, or try to take over that 3rd spot here on the front straightaway. And the 19 had issues. He's pulls it down into the dirt. And that's going to keep him out of the way of your race leaders as they continue to run side by side down the back straightaway. Lautenschlager unable to complete that pass on Robertson, as they will now come out of turn number 4 here once again to begin lap number 98. Still side by side now. He's trying to make this move and trying to make that pass, but Robertson's so strong coming out of these corners on the outside. As of right now, that 77 has made the move, but here comes... Oh, no, that's a lap down car getting ready to pass the number 20 machine of Robertson. That threw me off for a little bit as he's now running side by side with that number 10 machine. Is it the 10 machine? What number is that right there?
10 machine is in 4th place. He's the one actually chasing the number 77 and the 2 down. Our mistakes, ladies and gentlemen.
Wow. Okay.
This is what we can actually see. Are apparently very confusing today. Oh, Charles Robertson is racing for the position as well. He's down to 5th place currently. Apologies again. We're doing it live.
All right, so I just had some more coffees. Let's see if that helps, as we have Lautenschlager trying to take over that 2nd spot in that number 77 machine, as our caution will come out. And whoa,
I believe that is the stage as we are at lap 100.
Yep, that is going to be end of our stage. It is going to be Cody Meadows, Mark Gonzalez, Craig Lautenschlager, Will Austin, Charles Robertson, James Bowles, Timothy Perryman, Dylan Lansdale, Nicholas Johnson, Christopher Walker will round out your top 10. So let me go ahead, take a moment. I'll let you take over from here on comms while I go ahead and try to pinch together some points here real quick.
Thank you, Mike. Well, that was a very crazy first stage here of racing here at Charlotte Motor Speedway as we start getting piled up behind the pace car once again under caution for the end of the stage. Lap 101 as we're rolling on down behind the pace car. Cody Meadows, Mark Gonzalez, and Craig Lautenschlager are your top 3, number 21, 2, and the 77. A lot of really fast green flag racing tonight when we have had it. But there's still plenty of racing out there left to go. Let's take a look and see if we can find who has the fastest lap overall tonight. So far, anyway. As they all come down pit road, we'll take a second as I look through. currently, it appears to me, your fastest lap is of Cody Meadows as well, as with a 29.04 second lap. That is an incredibly fast lap. Charles Robertson with an even better one, a 28.94 second lap. That is incredible speed out of a lot of these cars tonight. We still have plenty of racing left here to go. As the race off pit road gets underway, everybody getting off the jacks at the same time. A lot of speed coming off. Now the whole field reshuffles. Cody Meadows wins the race off pit road, being chased down by the number 77 of Craig Latin Slugger. Charles Robertson, excuse me. English is hard, apparently, for someone who's lived here forever. Charles Robertson in third, Will Austin in fourth, James Bowles in fifth, Mark Gonzalez in sixth, losing a few positions off pit road. Eugene Thorne in the number 66 Ford in seventh, Christopher Walker in eighth, Timothy Perryman in ninth, and Dylan Lanzel in 10th, the number 71 Chevrolet. Two lap cars ahead of our leader here. We will see that they get past the pace car, and we start preparing to get underway once again. 77 pulling up alongside the number 21 as they file up behind the pace car. One lap to go till the green flag, excuse me. Cannot understand why my English is so bad tonight. I do apologize, ladies and gentlemen. Roll through turns 1 and 2, restack the field. 21 by 77, by the 20 by the 10, 24 and the 2. All of the really fast cars out there tonight are right back up at the front. The number 11 sneaking his way back up towards the front. Number 11 of Christopher Walker, after a few minor incidents earlier in this race and a little bit of bad luck, he's managed to wrestle that thing back up to the front of the field. Let's see if that will work out for him towards the beginning of stage number 2. 100-ish laps of the second stage to complete. We'll see how long we can keep it going as we roll onto turn 4, getting ready for the restart. Pace car is off. Rolling, slowing down a little bit, stacking the field up into the Echo Park restart zone. We are green flag once again. Huge start by the 20, pushing the 21 right back up to the front of the field. 20 pushing the 20 pushing the 21 all the way down to the bottom of the racetrack. 77 running up to the outside, being helped by the 2. 20 and the 21 running away with it on this restart as we get back towards turns 3 and 4. 10 and the 24 just behind them, rocking the bottom line. 11 back around to complete the first lap of stage 2.
As we're still watching these drivers run side by side, I'm currently searching for how the points work here in ISNF. And yeah, I know that's something I should have looked at earlier, but that's not a problem. I can quickly find it, as we still got good side-by-side racing going on between Lautenslager and Robertson, just like it was right before we took that yellow flag for the stage, as we came around and completed the first 150 miles here. And they're still running side by side, and there's that 24. We're still working on the outside of that number 10 machine of Will Austin. So those 4 drivers still trying to work it out. Big, oh wow. Okay, good save by Robertson out of turn number 2, and that will allow Lautenslager to take over that second spot. But here comes that number 24 Bowles, working hard around Robertson on that outside. That 24 has been very strong around that outside, and he will make that pass just fine as he moves himself up to the 3rd spot. And now he's got his eyes set on that number 77 Lautenschlager. Bowles working that outside now out of turn number 4, unable to make it work. But here comes Roberson back to the inside on the front straightaway. Side by side as they come out of the quad oval. The 24 will climb up the bakings once again, try to take over from that third spot from Robertson. Robertson still working strong on that inside. Kind of pinched the 24 Bowles there to the outside wall as they continue to run side by side into turn 3.
A lot more aggressive racing going on here as we continue green flag at Charlotte Motor Speedway. Some of these guys lifting off through the quad oval, as you can see with a little bit of the exhaust firing off there. 24 running the outside, a little bit high on the racetrack as they come back around off of turn 2, chasing down the number 20, the 10 right on his quarter panel, sliding up behind him as they come into turns 3 and 4. 11 and 2 just behind them, trying to chase them all down. This is a small pack of the leaders. We continue lapping here at Charlotte Motor Speedway. Sun setting a little bit, as you can see on your screens. Track's starting to cool down a little bit. That's where these cars really start to come alive. Lowered temps of the track improves tire temperature and wear as the 11 comes really close to the 10 there for a quick run. Worried for a second there that the 11 was going to turn the 10, but keeps it going. That's all right. 2 and the 11 a little bit further back as well, duking it out a little bit side by side into turns 1 and 2. Cody Meadows still running away with it up in the front of the pack in the number 21 Ford Mustang. He is just hitting all of his marks out there. A lot of speed out of that car out there tonight. And the track conditions are only going to get better as time goes on. 24 scraping the outside wall, coming into the quad oval. It keeps it going straight as we're starting lap 112 of 400. We still have plenty of racing left here tonight, and we'll have to see how it goes. It is still anybody's game with plenty of racing left out there.
And definitely still plenty of racing left right here at Charlotte Motor Speedway as 2nd through 5th here. You know, you can just throw a blanket under them and, you know, they can cuddle nice and tight here as you see that 24 climbing the baking once again, trying to make a move. Ron Roberson out of turn number 2 as they will drag race here down the back straightaway. That 24 machine, he will take over that 3rd spot from Roberson as he will now work his way back down to that inside lane, and he's going to start to reel in that number 77 now of Lautenschlager, but Roberson says not yet as he makes a good run here on the exit of turn number 4 through the quad oval back up into turn number 1, and here comes that number 10 machine of Will Austin. He's looking to make some noise here in the top 5 as well. Still unable to complete that pass on the inside, but he's still making his way as you see the 19 of Ethan Farless still down there on the inside lane. He's just right now pacing himself around this track, and still Austin not able to make any move on James Bowles in that number 24 machine just yet.
Very unlucky night for Ethan Farless. Hopefully he catches a break, gets that lap back, and gets to continue racing. Usually he's a very fast driver. I've witnessed it myself. I've raced with him and against him a few times. He is a very competitive driver out there. Let's see if he can make some magic happen, get back at least onto the lead lap of this race. As the leaders come off of turn 4 through the quad oval, start lap 116.
So I did find the breakdown and points, so I'm going to go ahead and get all this stuff updated right now for us. So 399.
Contested by the 2 and the 10 just behind him. Trying to chase down the 20, 77, and the 21 as we come back through turns 3 and 4. 24 Chevrolet. Coming off of the quad oval, Ethan Farless in the number 19 lap car. Another lap down, unfortunately, this time by. 24 is getting real close. Up behind him, Ethan Farless rejoining the racing surface, brushing up against the wall. Being chased down by the 2, the 24, and the 10. As more of this lead pack gets on by, Ethan Farless going to the bottom of the racetrack for right now. We'll see if he moves away from the field, lets them on by, see if he runs high up into the corner. 10 and 24 chasing each other down as they enter turns 1 and 2. Ethan Farless in the lap car 19. Remaining with the lead pack for right now, trying to help them out in any way he can. A nice toe to the number 2 Ford Mustang and to the 24 and the 10. 24 running the high side off of all of these corners. Not sure if he just doesn't have the tire grip to do the bottom line anymore. Not sure if he's just running higher so he can be a little less on the gas. Let the car float. Save a little gas on the throttle. And keep that thing going as he runs basically all the way up to the wall. Coming off of turn 2, the 10 car still trying to chase him down. 24, James Bowles, making that top line work for him pretty decently, admittedly. As we roll on by turns 3 and 4, entering the quad oval once again. Our leader is still Cody Meadows. Cody Meadows in the number 21 Ford, being chased down by about half a second behind by Craig Slugger. Charles Robertson just behind him. Mark Gonzalez in the number 2 Ford in 4th place. James Bowles in the number 24. In 5th, Will Austin in 6th in the number 10. Christopher Walker in the number 11 Toyota in 7th place. Eugene Thorne in the number 66 in 8th. Dylan Lansell in the number 71 in 9th. Timothy Perriman in 10th place in the number 6 Ford Mustang. Still plenty of green flag racing here as we are on lap 122 here at Charlotte Motor Speedway. This is the World 600 at Charlotte Motor Speedway. Brought to you by the iRacing, the ISNF.
Yeah, and very incredible racing so far here tonight. Give me just one moment, Alan. We're going to change something up here real quick. So, Charles Robertson has led 12 laps here tonight so far. Cody Meadows has led 59. So both of those drivers will gain 2 extra bonus points so far for leading a lap. They'll get their bonus points so far for their stages. And looking at it as it is right now, ladies and gentlemen, this is still your current point standings. Even if it is based off how they were to finish right now as it's said and done. So it looks like Dylan Basin will still be up there in that top spot with 461 points. Angel Hernandez with 459 points. So we're going to have to see how all this will play out as this race continues to wind down.
Very true. 21 rockets around turns 3 and 4 once again, down the front stretch and through the quad oval. Really trying to just keep that, maintain that lead he has over the 77. Not overly far enough to take the draft away, but far enough out to where the draft would not be as effective for that 77. And he's also trying to conserve enough, as you can see with his early entries into the turns, trying to conserve as much tire as he can, up towards the top. Little loose there, coming off of turn 4 into the quad oval. He's probably starting to struggle with his tires as he starts settling in once again into the green flags stages of this race. This is starting to be where the mentality wear and tear comes into play. The 21 gets chased down a little bit more by the 77, holds the bottom line a little better this time. Keeps it straight off of turn 4. 77? It is the 77. Okay. I thought I mistook it for the 71 again. My apologies. It is the 77 Chili's Chevrolet. Through turn 1 and 2, down towards the backstretch. A little bit of lift off the 77, as you can see with his exhaust pipes. They're both trying to conserve tire and fuel, because the first one into the pits under the green flag will definitely the car a lap down. Of course, once all the cars cycle through their green flag stages, it'll all work out to everyone, for the most part, being on the lead lap for your leaders. Come back around once again through turn 2, back down the backstretch. Number 19 of Ethan Farther still maintaining his position here with the lead pack, despite being a lap down, trying to fight back to get some of that position back. The 21 and the 77 just pulling away from the number 20 car of Charles Robertson. Just not getting any help on trying to chase down the top 2 cars on track. .130 laps completed of 400 here at Charlotte Motor Speedway as we start lap 131. Still a lot of racing left. We're not at halfway. Still have 70 more laps to go before the next stage stop.
And now we are practically running single file here around this speedway. I'm looking through the field. The closest battle right now on track is going to be between Mark Gonzalez and Charles Roberson now for that 3rd spot, as it looks like we're starting to get the mix into some lap down cars here. And so how much will these lap down cars truly make a issue for these leaders as they get ready to pass these lap down vehicles? Just fall back here just a little bit. James Bowles in that number 24 machine, after being up front, near that top 5, he has struggled falling down to that 8th spot, so he's going to chill out back there for a moment, trying to save some of his equipment. As I'm still searching through the field looking for a good old battle going on, but everybody has pretty much made themselves a single file for the moment, as that number 1 car, Mike Iskandar, he's working around that lead lap car.
Yes, he is.
Ladies and gentlemen, driver of that number 12 Ford Mustang, Rhea Ferris, filling in for
Christian Delgado.
Christian Delgado, thank you. I've been pulling blanks up all day up here in the booth for some odd reason. But welcome in, Rhea. Tell us about how that number 12 Mustang was feeling today.
It was feeling pretty good until I got wrecked out. 35 and I made contact in the tri-oval, bounced me into the outside retaining wall, back across the nose of the 88 into the pit road, and I had a tow of over 4 minutes, put me several laps down, used my fast repair, came back out, got caught up in another incident where I was dodging wrecks under yellow and trying to slow down in time, trying not to hit my teammates who were already checked up, and went back down on the pit road and hit inside retaining wall there. So it's a typical, usual Coca-Cola 600. For me, that's why I try to take this week off and go on vacation. I took my vacation a little earlier this year, and the race itself was a little later this year, so here I am, when I didn't really want to be, but I'm done for the day. But I did pop in just to give you an update on the points cutoff area. So the number 41 car of Tony Fry has elected to drop out of the points situation. And so there'll be a spot available in his car going forward as well. So that moves up the bubble. So now James Bowles, I believe, has a shot at this. However, he did not load the realistic paint scheme that I sent him at 11:07 yesterday morning. So he misses out on the 5 bonus points that he desperately needs to try to pass guys like John, Larry, and Chris to try to make it in. So just to let you know, everyone is getting a 5-point bonus for realism, for racing the exact same scheme that they ran in the real life NASCAR Coke 600 earlier this season. And if they did not race, if they did not load that paint scheme for this race, they do not get the 5 bonus points. So James Bowles was that driver.
Gotcha. All right, and I'm sorry. Who did you say has dropped out of the playoffs?
Tony Fry in the 41.
Very unfortunate.
Yeah. And it's just, you know, pouting and, you know, for one reason or the other. It's, you know, one race, getting somebody upset, you know, he's going to discard his entire season over, you know, one bad race. You know, if I were to do that, I would never have the league in the first place, and I would never, you know, try to race ever again. But anyway, I don't understand people like that. But anyway.
Sorry to interrupt, but we got a side-by-side battle now here between Gonzalez and Roberson as they are trying to work around that lap down car number 4 of John Hopley, as they will now drag race down into turn 3. Hopley will go ahead and elect to stay high, but Roberson, he will drop back down in front of Gonzalez, and that's going to reset up Gonzalez to possibly have to try to make another run as they exit turn 4.
4 car on the outside as well, getting real close to that 2 coming through the quad oval. Almost dooring that number 2 car. 2 car going up towards the outside line. 20 car on the bottom. 2 falling back a little bit, trying to get behind the number 20. They race down the backstretch into turns 3 and 4. By the 10, running back into the quad oval. 20 cutting a little close to the inside of the quad oval there, but that's okay. Keeping it going straight. 2 running on the high side, trying to get the run off turn 2. Getting back down on the bottom, being chased down by the 10. 10 about 2-3 cars back. 20 and the 2 racing each other all the way down the backstretch. 2 trying to dive down on the inside line, gaining a little bit more speed for it. 2 right on the bumper of the 20 as he goes to the inside of him through the quad oval, side by side as they race it down through into turn 1 and 2 once again. 2 running the bottom line, trying to chase down the leaders now.
Definitely a really good race now for this top 4 spots, actually, as you see Mark Gonzalez once again working the inside here of Charles Robertson, and Robertson, he's not giving up that spot so easily.
No, he's not. He's running really hard on that outside line, the number 20 car, trying to keep that speed and momentum going. This is part of what gets to be really fun about these long endurance style races, especially here at Charlotte. They're not quite wide enough, realistically, for 3-ride racing, but you can have a lot of fun with side-by-side action, and we're getting a whole lot of that tonight, especially in these small spurts, as the 2 and the 20. The 2 clears the 20 car, and we are back to having the top 3 being Craig Slaughter, Cody Meadows, and Bud Gonzalez. 2 getting up, 1-2 car lead. coming down the backstretch. 10 helping the 20 as they enter turn 3 and 4. 20 chasing down the 2 once again, running a little bit high. Come back off of turn 3 and 4 through the quad oval. Lap 148 this time by. And back down towards the backstretch. 2 is pulling away like a rocket from the number 10 and the 20. And just turn 4, 20 getting a little bit of a push into turn 3. Running way up high. Getting passed by the 10 as the 20 goes down into the pits.
Hold it as the 20 spins down on pit road. A bad mistake by Charles Robertson in that number 20 machine, as he will get that vehicle facing the right way down here on pit road. That is definitely not the kind of mistakes you want to have, but luckily it has happened only on lap 150 of this event. So luckily he still has about 250 laps to make it up. But big mistake for Charles Robertson. That's going to drop him out of the top 10 after pit cycle.
And that's going to drop him a lap down with that mistake. Very unfortunate, especially at these shorter speedways like this. Blocking up your brakes coming down into pit road because, again, you're not really braking here. You're just letting off the gas. You're just trying to conserve. Using your brakes, especially at this point into the fuel run, is just wasted fuel. You're wasting your speed. You got to make all of that back up every time you press down on the gas pedal. And when you use the brakes, they're cold. You don't have any heat in them. So you're going to lock those tires up really quick, and spinning out is unfortunately the most common occurrence of that.
Yes, for sure.
You start getting more.
Yep, I'm sorry. Christopher Walker, Eugene Thorne, Will Austin, they're all down on pit road now. Isaac Wilson in that number 48, he's down here on pit road as well. So this definitely is going to be starting our green flag pit stops, as Lautenschlager, he will take over that top spot as these pit cycles have now commenced.
Lautenschlager's been running the top spot for a little bit now, but Mark Gonzalez in the number 2 gets his shot at second place. James Bowles in the number 4 back up to third. Dylan Lanzel, in the number 71 up in 5th. I believe he's just pulling down pit road now. He's dropped a few positions. Jeffrey Weimer, David Justin, Timothy Perryman, and Larry Fairman are all gaining some positions here as green flag pit stops start getting underway. Number 77 of Craig Landslaughter starts getting tied up in some of the cars coming back out of the pits. We complete 153 laps of 400. Start of lap 154. Your leader is Craig Lautenschlager in the number 77 Chili Chevrolet. And this is where the strategy starts coming into play.
Yeah, definitely now that we have our pit cycle now, commencing, we still have just about 8 more drivers that need to make their way down here onto pit road. This is definitely where it all starts to change now, with them hopefully getting all those incidents out of the way in the first 100 laps here. This second stage, so far, we've been clean and green. I think maybe except for one caution, I think, this stage. But other than that, we've been nice and clean ever since we went back racing here. And so now these guys are really going to start to have to, figure out their fuel stuff as it comes down to it. As Lautenschlager makes his way onto pit road, and Mark Gonzalez will take over the race lead, and he will get his bonus points for leading a lap here today.
Very true. The number 2 car finally taking the lead of this race of Mark Gonzalez, being chased down by the number 24 of James Bowles. 2 very fast cars out there finally getting their shot at the lead of this race. If the 24 can catch up to the number 2, depending how far back he is. 2 is just coming into turn 1 now.
Yep.
James Bowles is just coming across the start-finish line. So a solid 2-3 second gap at least.
5.5 second gap.
5.5, excuse me. Again, I do not understand what my technical issues are tonight, so I'm trying to do the best I can to keep my timesheet going as Mark Gonzalez comes down into pit road, getting really loose, keeping it straight. That's the good thing as he comes down into pit road for his green flag pit stop. James Bowles, the number 24, taking the lead of this race, being kicked down by Timothy Perryman. Lap 158 of 400 here at Charlotte Motor Speedway and in the World 600.
Yeah, definitely, as we're getting ready to close out all of our pit stops here, as we're still waiting for James Bowles, Timothy Perryman in that number 6 machine, Jeff Weimer in that number 60, David Justin in the 23 to come down pit road.
James Bowles coming down the pits right now. Very slow entering it as he comes down into pit road, falling down the places for his green flag pit stop. Timothy Perryman taking the lead of this race, being chased down by Jeffrey Weimer. I do not understand why I keep thinking Jeremy for some reason. I apologize, ladies and gentlemen. David Justin in third. Larry Fairman taking fourth place. Cody Meadows again moving back up to fifth. And there's still plenty of action left to go.
Yep, Cody Meadows in that number 21 machine. He was your race leader when all this pit cycle starting to come around. Since he's already made his pit stop, that means he's going to take over that top spot. And Will Austin in that number 10 machine is less than 2 seconds behind him. So I believe after all your pit cycle is done, that is going to be your top two. Followed by Craig Lautenslager, Christopher Walker, and Mark Gonzalez. That will take over your top 8. Charles Robertson, he's fallen back 10 seconds back behind everybody else. And then Eugene Thorne, he will bring it up into your top 7. James Bowles and Jeff Percheski should round out your top 10 when this is all said and done here for the pit cycle.
Jeffrey Weimer coming down to the pits right now. Great slow down into the pit lane. David Justin taking the lead in the number 23 Toyota.
Oh, we have caution. Nicholas Johnson looks like he's having issues in that number 35 machine. Wow. Okay, so that changes a lot. You know, we just finished up our pit cycle here. We are now working. What was that? 163. So it's been about 13 laps since some of these drivers saw pit road.
And this is a worst case scenario for all of them because now they have not hugely worn, but definitely more worn in tires than a lot of the guys that may or may not have pitted yet. If they decide to go or go again, if they recently pitted, they're going to have fresh tires right on the restart.
Yeah, let's go back, take a look at that number 35 machine, see what happened. He just came up on the 9, spun the 9 out on exit of turn 2, and that's going to take that 35 machine across the infield here. And no harm, no foul to the 35 or that number 9 of Bob Wyckoff. So both these drivers got lucky. No hard damage there for these drivers. So now the question is, do you come back down to get fresh tires once again, or do you stay out? As it looks like everybody's deciding to possibly stay out. David Justin and Larry Fairman, they're coming down to get fuel. Christopher Walker, Charles Robertson, Chris Van Master, they're all coming down to get 4 fresh tires possibly. As we take a look here at Christopher Walker, let's see what these guys decide to do as they make their way down into the pits. Oh, and let's see, left side's going up. Yes, sir. Left sides are going to go up. Robertson missed his pit stall. He had to back up to get service done. He sat there for probably about a good 3 or 4 seconds. So that's Charles Robertson once again having issues down here in the pits. So something that probably was going to help him early in this stint is not going to be very well worked out for him as he exit. However, I'm looking at it now, actually, that might have saved him, as he only falls back to the 8th spot on my list. So we will see as these cars come back around. I believe they're going to get the 2 to go signal this time, or the 1 to go signal this time. So let's see how it all plays out here.
We will have to see, definitely. Very unfortunate night on pit road for some of these guys, overshooting their stalls, spinning out into the pits, as we saw just a little bit earlier. And sometimes, in my case, I don't think it's happened out there tonight, sometimes you can just forget what you're trying to set up when you're going down the pits. Sometimes you need a little adjustment on your track bar, you need a little adjustment here and there, and you forget to do it when you come down. That could ruin your race tonight too. If there are adjustments that you weren't able to make when you come down, the last thing you want to do is have to come down again to either A, serve a penalty, or B, finish your adjustments on your car to get that thing where you want it. But we still have plenty of racing here to go tonight. Lap 166 of 400, excuse me. Plenty of racing left to go. Sun continues to kind of set. I don't know if it's fixed weather, but it does seem to be getting a little more golden out there on the racetrack.
Yeah, I do not believe it is fixed weather, which I can actually take a quick look as time is moving in the sim. So we are on realistic weather. So I think by the end of this, we actually may see some lights turned on here at Charlotte.
38 chasing down the 23 and the 35, trying to reclaim his position. 60 car trying to sneak up, reclaim their positions and come back around. Turns 3 and 4. Pace car is off. Coming down towards the Echo Park restart zone. 21 car of Cody Meadows is leading. Green flag.
Oh!
10 car gets a huge shove on the restart.
And
36 is
there it
around,
goes.
taking out the 11. And we are all over the place on this restart. And the 11 comes straight back on the track and takes out the 77. And the entire outside line has been completely annihilated. And the caution comes out once again here at Charlotte Motor Speedway.
James Bowles in that number 24 Raptor machine. He is also involved here as he's going to go ahead and back it up onto the racetrack. Still backing, and he's going to get that thing stopped to get it whipped around to go back in the correct direction. Very unfortunate there for James Bowles getting it caught up in this, but luckily we still got a long way to go in this. So let's go ahead and come back here, take a look, see what happened. And it all started off with the 10 not getting a good jump there.
No, that was a very poor restart from really kind of everybody involved there. 21 got away just fine, but that 10, I don't know if he spun his tires up or if he just forgot that they were going green, because definitely that's happened before as well. That 2 car really goes for it. I don't know if the 2 pushed him. The 20 car gets into the 36, and the 36 takes out the 11, and then the 11, not slowing down, takes the entire outside line out, and that's all she wrote from there.
Yeah, if you watch on that replay, the 11, the moment he hits that curbing for the infield, it kind of upsets his car, and he just loses it at that point when he tries to come back on track. So I think it was one of those like just unfortunate situations where if he hit the brake a little bit, maybe he could have slowed down enough, but he was out of control after, you know, jumping over that that entry into the roval of this racetrack. So unfortunately, a lot of damage done to that number 11 machine and plenty others as well, as we see many cars back down here on the pit road.
Very unfortunate series of events there. I don't have a lot to say about that, in my opinion. Of course, that does tend to happen. You get spun out, you get taken out, some things just happen. Way it goes sometimes, especially here at Charlotte with the roval course just on the inside. They don't always take the curbing out. Some of that's embedded into the ground itself, or paved into the ground itself in this case, and there's just nothing you can do about it. If you hit it, you're just going to get airborne, and brakes don't work too well in the air. So
Yeah, unfortunately, that is definitely the case there. Give me just one moment. Let me find something else out, because I know that, you know, with this, this is the final race of the regular season. So what a way to finish out your regular season, where we will crown our regular season champion. But not only that, we're going to figure out who's in the chase and who's not. So let me see if I can track down to see how many drivers advance into the chase, or into the playoffs here. The top 16 in regular season points, including all stage points, yada yada yada. All right. So top 16 drivers in regular season points, and then obviously you have to be in top 30 with a win in order to be eligible for that playoff. So
or you do that.
Yep, go ahead.
Coming through turns 3 and entering turn 4 as we are almost underway once again. 29 laps to go this time by. Lap 171 this time by. As the pace car shuts its lights off, we are stacked side by side. 21 by the 77 Cody Meadows and Craig Lautenschlager duking it out for first place as we come into the quad oval and the Echo Park restart zone. 21 with a huge launch as we go green flag once again. 77 getting a great launch as well, being pushed by the 20 as we enter turn 1. Chasing down the number 21. We're a green flag once again here at Charlotte Motor Speedway. Apologies about that, Mike. You can continue.
Oh, it's all right. I'm now jotting down your current points situation here for your top 16 in points. Really good racing back here for that 6th spot between, it looks like that number 60 machine is Scott Weimer and Eugene Thornton, that number 66. That 66 has been pretty strong all day up there in the top 10.
That's Jeffrey Weimer in the number 60 machine.
I'm sorry. Who did I say?
Nope. You said Robert, I believe, or Richard. But it happens. We're doing it live. It's a live stream. We're human beings. It happens. If you listen to me all night, I've been doing awful. Come around turn 3 and 4, Jeffrey Weimer in the number 60 machine, leading the small the top 5 kind of start running away from them. They've got some side-by-side action with the number 7 and the number 38 behind him. God, that's name's gonna screw me up all night. Jeff Perchetsky and Chris Van Maastricht. Maastricht?
Yep,
Maastricht, I believe.
Chris Van Maastricht. Yeah,
Got some really hot racing back there. A lot of 2x2 action here at Charlotte Motor Speedway as they come back through the quad oval. 38 by Chris Van Maastricht and Larry Fairman running together. See if they can make some magic happen, try to get back up towards the front of the field.
we have a battle
Chasing
here.
down the number 7 in Jeff Perchetsky.
Yep, we actually have a battle here for that 4th spot between Will Austin and Justin Johnson in that number 22. Justin has finally made his way back into the top 5 after this recent pit cycle, and so it's good to see him back up here running strong as he's looking to overtake for that 4th spot.
Running the 10 all the way up to the wall on the back. Impressive, but that's okay. We have a caution comes out.
It looks like that's going to be for Timothy Perryman in that number 6 machine as he's facing the wrong way up in turn number 3, turn 3, I believe. So let's go back here and take a look to see what happened to him. Looked like we lost radio communication, and he tried to come down on the apron. Oh, hard contact between the 47, the 9, right into the 6 as the 6 came right back across. A couple hard hits there for Bob Wyckoff and Thomas Flynn. Thomas Flynn started up on the pole here, so he's going to take his machine back down to pits, having a rough day. Bob Wyckoff once again getting caught up in somebody else's mess. My heart breaks for that number 9 machine, as you know, he really wants a good, strong finish here, but unfortunately he's just having a lot of issues getting it done.
Yeah, he's been on the short end of the stick. I think for the better part of the night, Bob Wyckoff and that number 9 Napa Chevrolet just having a really hard time keeping it out on the racetrack. Not really because he's been the problem, but more just problems have been collecting him and being a part of his race more than being having the issues. Just a lot of unfortunate racing for that number 9 car out there tonight. We'll see if his luck improves as the night goes on. We are lap 180 this time by. Cody Meadows in the number 21 leading the way once again. Charles Robertson climbing back up in the number 20 Toyota, back to second place. Will Austin in third in the number 10. Justin Johnson in the number 22. Jeffrey Weimer in the number 60. David Justin in the number 23. Steven Sear in the number 5. Eugene Thorne in the number 66. Larry Fairman in the number 34. Craig Lautenschlager in the number 77. Chris Van Maastricht in the number 38. Those are your top 10. $179 laps completed of 400, just shy of 20 laps this time by to the end of the stage. This is where a lot of the fatigue, mental fatigue, is really starting to set in a little bit more. We come back around through the quad oval. 21 choosing the outside line this time as we have 1 lap to green. 21 and the 22 on the outside, 20 and the 10 on the inside, followed by the 60. 23 on the outside behind the 22. Come through turns 1 and 2 down towards the back stretch, following the Ford Mustang iRacing pace car. Field starts stacking up again. Question is now, if we have another caution before the end of the stage, do you pit again just for more fuel? Do you pit for 4 tires and fuel? The questions only become more complicated as the race goes on because you don't know whether your chances are going to improve or if they're going to go away.
So,
Turn 3, 4. Pace car is off. Heading back into the Echo Park restart zone. Stacking up the field. Green flag is out. 21 and the 22 on the outside. 21 getting real squirrely on that restart. 20 on the inside getting a huge run. 22 and the 21 running together on the high side as they enter 20 pulling away and getting the lead away from the 21. Your new leader, Charles Robertson. As the 21 and dumps him into turn 3. Huge punt.
once again, what an incredible save from Charles Robertson. In that number 20 machine, he will fall back in to that 8th spot. So now he's got to get his head back straight, so that he can start making his way back up front. Get those bonus points at the end of this stage, as we are working just about 17 laps before the stage break. And to answer your question, to come down pit or not, it all depends. If you're Craig Lautenslager, Mark Gonzalez, those drivers that are outside of your current top 10, if people in the top 10 out as those, every single bonus point you get, especially through stage points, is going to really matter at the end of this stage, as you see Charles Robertson making his way back up into that 7th spot as he starts reeling in these front runners again. So those stage points at the end are really going to matter the most. Oh, and the 24 gets turned, and he gets backed in hard into the inside wall.
You're still green flag.
And we are still green. Oh, he backs it down. And then Isaac Wilson.
There's the caution.
All right, let's go back here and take a look, see what happens to James Bowles coming out of turn number 2. He actually got spun off the front end of his teammate in that number 48 machine. He gets it going straight. He starts moving. And then he just loses it, and then he gets slammed. It looks like Isaac Wilson. No, Wilson is in that number.
Buried his car into the inside wall on the backstretch and recovers to the pits. Number 4 car.
Oh God! More mayhem up here on the front or back. I'm sorry. More mayhem heading down into turn number 1. John Hopley, unfortunately, he was involved in this one. I'm very curious about something. Let me go back. And I want to ride on board with that number 24 machine. As I thought that is what brought out the original caution, but I believe I was wrong on that one. So he starts to move here on the front straightaway. And very unfortunate situation there. Alrighty.
Alright. Still under caution here at Charlotte Motor Speedway. 187 of 400 laps this time by will have been completed. When we go green flag, most likely it'll be 11 laps to go, maybe 12. I believe 12. If my math is correct. Probably not, but that's what we're going to go with. Your leader, Cody Meadows, followed closely behind by Justin Johnson, Will Austin, Jeffrey Weimer, David Justin, Steven Sear, Charles Robertson, Larry Fairman, Jeff Percheski, Chris Van Maastrijk, Craig Lautenslager, Mark Gonzalez, Eugene Thorne, and Christopher Walker are all cars on the lead lap. And those are your top 14. We start to stack them up once again. 21 choosing the inside this time. 22 getting a little bit close.
Yep, so the ones that came down pit road, it looks like are not the ones that are really into, you know, your championship point standings here. So they're comfortable losing a little bit of positions here, coming up to this end of this stage, as we have just about 13 laps before we get there. So, yeah, it's going to be very interesting to see how it all will play out now.
Very true. Come on, 1 and 2. Lights are off on the pace car. Everybody getting stacked up and reset. This last 12 lap shootout. The end of stage number 2. Yes, stage 2. Forgive me. I've not done a race this long before, and I am happy I'm not out there in the field. I was not mentally prepared for that today. But, long way to go. Still plenty of racing left.
Absolutely, and we've got a, you know, beautiful sunset starting to form here on the exit of turn number 4, which is going to get down into the driver's eyes. So that might mess with them a little bit as your pace car is in, as we're going to go back green flag racing this time, back into that Eco Park restart zone, and we are green flag racing here once again. Cody Meadows gets out to that little jump there on the restart, enough to clear Justin on the outside, as Justin will go ahead and pull it down to retake that second spot. And here comes Will Austin in that number 10 machine. He's going to take over that third spot, and Jeff Wimmer in that 60 machine. Good recovery race for him. Weimer, he is one of your drivers in the field today that knows how to get it done here at Charlotte Motor Speedway in the World 600. So it's going to be very interesting to see if he can bring back the trophy back into his arms when this thing is done at the end of 600 miles.
Very true. I've been watching him on and off all night, all afternoon on my screens at least, and he's been really hot for the majority of the night. A couple crashes early on, a couple small incidents, but he's kept it going pretty okay for the majority of this race, especially now that he's up towards the front. Hopefully he gets to continue charging for that top position as we come through 20 car, trying to challenge the number 60 for the 4th place position. Charles Robertson trying to chase down Jeffrey Weimer. David Justin just behind him in the number 23. They come back around through the Echo Park restart zone and complete one lap of 191. 22 car chasing down the 21 outside, inside. 10 sliding back in line with the number 22. A lot of radio issues for the number 22 car. He is blinking in and out of existence almost every lap. Let's hope that doesn't cause any problems in the future, as he is right on the tail of the 21, chasing him down into turns 1 and 2. Running high once again. keeping that position. Chasing down both of them is the number 10 Chevrolet. 22 once again on the outside, trying to get past the 21. Getting some momentum onto the straights, but not enough to keep it going. 22 falling back from the 21. Come back around. Stretch. Excuse me.
Yeah, Will Austin is doing a phenomenal job in that number 10 Grizzly machine for Colleague Racing. You know, he's just, you know, kept his school, moved up 14 spots, you know, coming up. And I think he might be a contender to win this thing at the end of it tonight.
It certainly looks like it. Of course, we can't rule out the person who's led the majority of this race so far, Cody Meadows. He's been just running away with the field completely in his dust. He's just not been slowing down at all for anything, really. He's just got something in there that nobody else seems to have, as he's once again under some contention from the number 22 running all the way up over him on the outside. Slowing down once again. 10 cars catching up to the 22 and the 21 in front of him. Back down towards turns 3 and 4. 22 with a small run on the outside. Not a lot to really do. 22 alongside the 21 momentarily as they come through the quad oval. 22 with another run on the outside, side by side with the 21. Maybe there might be a move here. Number 22 trying to get by him. 21 all by himself. 22 is nose to nose with the 21 as they come through turns 3 and 4 once again. 22 trying to make that outside line come alive as he scrapes the wall a little bit through the Echo Park restart zone, across the start-finish straight. Lap 198, 2 laps to go.
And here comes that number 10 of Will Austin to the inside of Johnson. With Johnson getting into the wall there on the exit of turn 4 this last time by, that allowed Will Austin to pull up beside him for a hot minute. I thought they were going to go 3 wide for the race lead, as these two drivers will continue to drag race out of turn number 4. We should be coming around, not this time by, but next time by. See that yellow flag to call out your stage, and this would be once again another good stage points for Meadows and Johnson, Robertson and Weimer. You know, your top 5 here. You know, Austin, he is a substitute driver, so he's not running that machine full time. So it's a good day overall for him, but it's going to be a better points day for everybody else as they exit turn 4.
A little bit there for just a moment. Coming back through the quad oval. Caution comes out for the end of the stage. Cody Meadows continues to lead the way, followed by Will Austin just at the line, just passing Justin Johnson in the number 22. That was an incredible bit of racing there for the lead. Going back to what you were saying, though, about 3 wide for the lead, I believe even at this point they all know trying to run 3 wide would be a almost suicide move. That would have ruined their races, especially at a point when we're only just halfway. 300 miles of 600 completed. 200 laps to go.
Yeah, and we get ready. Now this is more along the lines of a length-long Daytona race for the Xfinity Series, when they run 250 miles. 250 miles over at Daytona. You know, you just tack on, you know, an X amount of extra laps, and we're getting down to the nitty-gritty now. And like you said, we still got 300 miles left to racing.
If you thought they were tired before, they're starting to get really tired now. Their hands, their arms, the mentality's starting to go down. Everything's going to be twice as hard from here on out to just even think about trying to survive the remainder of this race. The leaders, and basically everybody is coming down pit road. 21 a little slow into the pit lane. Keeps it rolling.
Something these drivers definitely want to make sure, not to speed on pit road. Robertson, he knows a little too much about that currently, as his last 2 pit stops there were issues, so hopefully he can have a better in and out this time. And we sit here and we say, we still got 200 laps, and they've already ran 300 miles. And believe it or not, for those who are at home who don't do sim racing, yeah, we don't get the G-forces that the real life drivers get. However, a lot of our wheels, they have some pretty good, force feedback, and a lot of these drivers, me included, we like to feel, that pullback when you hit the corner. We want to feel that wheel start yanking a little bit to that right, so that you have to manhandle it into the corner just like you would in real life. So, for a 600-mile race, you do get tired. Your arms do start hurting. After this, I'm actually going to be jumping over into the 24 Hours of Le Mans in the Krevitec series. I'm going to get ready to do about 3 hours of racing there once we're done here up in the booth. So I'm going to jump on a quick rocket ship and fly over to France and get ready to do some road racing over there. But yeah, you will get tired real quick driving these race cars, and it may be all virtual, but man, it is something.
I can agree to that. Me and a couple other guys from the Fearless team were going to be doing the 10 Hours of Atlanta a few weeks ago. Unfortunately, that plan just came together a little too late for us to get any real practice in. We were going to be running the McLaren GT3 car from there in the official iRacing sessions. Unfortunately, once again, we didn't have enough time to really put that all together and make it happen, but it was still an immensely fun time. Learning the track, feeling it out, understanding how these cars really drive, and especially going on with what you were saying about the force feedback. Personally, I run a Fanatec wheel and rig, very simple rig, keep in mind, but for a 8-Newton-meter setup, which is pretty moderate considering the budget that I have, especially these days, 8-Newton-meter is plenty enough, and once you start running around in these, especially in these NASCARs, around these oval circuits with all the banking, especially like at Daytona and Talladega, you really feel how hard these cars are to drive. They are tight and they are fast cars. As we come down through the quad oval once again into the Echo restart zone for the start of stage number 2, and the 20 gets spun around on the restart.
Charles Robertson's day just went from bad to worse as he got spun down on this restart. Let's go back, take a look what happened to him.
And there is no caution on the race for that. I find that amazing.
Well, let's find a good spot here. All right. So you got that 20 machine on the outside, and the drivers go green, and he just spun his tires shifting. So I think instead of going up in the gearbox, he went down, because that car just immediately shot to the left, and luckily nobody else was involved. Mark Gonzalez in that 2 machine did an incredible job at missing that spinning car. So that's going to separate Meadows and Gonzalez from the rest of the field for the moment. But as you can see, Lautenslager and David Justin, they're still working hard at reeling those 2 back in.
Very true. Hopefully that's going to be our chance to catch somewhat of a break out there tonight. The last car on the lead lap in 14th place. 12 positions down from when we initially went green flag earlier this afternoon. Tony Meadows, Mark Gonzalez, Trey Lautenslager, David Justin, Will Austin, Larry Fairman are your top 6 currently as they come back through the quad oval. complete lap 207 laps. This time live. Plenty of racing left. And again, I've said it before multiple times, and I'm going to keep saying it all night. This is not really a battle of who's got the fastest car, got the best strategy, got the best anything out there. It's about how long you're going to be able to mentally really do this kind of racing. Because after a while, it all starts blending in together. You just get tunnel vision, and once that starts, it's really hard to get out of it.
Yeah, for sure. You know, when I first started here on iRacing back in 2010, you know, the only really thing that really brought me here was I get to run the Daytona road course. You know, so when I joined, you know, that's when I learned that I had to move up, you know, to be able to run at Daytona on the road course and everything like that. So when I started, you know, working on bringing up my road course stuff, I'm like, man, this is so hard. And then I get somebody in a server, you know, that comes from the roadside, and they're like, man, I thought this was a lot easier because you're just, you know, on the gas and turning left. And a lot of road racers out there don't realize that, just like road racing, it takes a lot of talent to run an oval, especially at high speeds.
Especially in these cars, or in the Legends 87 cars, Monte Carlos, Ford Thunderbird, Plymouths, and Dodges, I believe the other two manufacturers are for that. You don't realize, especially with the force feedback wheels that we are able to have now, primarily from my experience with Fanatec, you don't really understand just how hard those cars are to turn. When you flip through the floor, doing 207, 8, 9 miles an hour around places like Talladega and Daytona. And these are cars that are, in real life, sheet metal cars. These cars weigh basically nothing. The heaviest component in them is nothing but the engine. And you're trying to wrestle this 1,000 horsepower plus monster around 2.5 miles of track with presumably 35 other guys out there in similar equipment. It really starts to get at you after a while.
Absolutely. Those 87 machines, especially at Daytona and Talladega, you know, if you get right behind somebody just right heading into one of those corners, man, that air just gets sucked away from you so fast that you won't even have time to react before you know you're facing the wrong direction. Whereas these cars are a little bit more planted now, you know, so they have a little bit more downforce, so you can, you know, run right behind somebody, you know, without that worry of taking that person out because of, you know, the air getting out from underneath of them. But there is some cases, once in a blue moon, as you see Johnson getting on the inside of Weimer here, you know, there is still that possibility that the air could be just taken right off the rear of these cars, and before you know it, you're spun around.
That's very true. As we're watching the number 7, Percheski lining up behind Justin Johnson, the number 22, overtaking the 60 of Jeffrey Weimer, sorry. But yes, despite these cars being, as Mike was saying, a lot better at being aerodynamically adept, these cars are still, at the end of the day, very flat, box-shaped vehicles. These cars were really not brought up at this speed with this kind of aerodynamic package on it, especially if you consider the fact of the Garage 67, I believe it is, the Le Mans program,
Garage
56, 56, excuse me. The Garage 56 program, they brought the first back to Le Mans since the 70s, and the last time they did that were, I believe, some of the late model Camaros and some of the early versions of the Dodge Daytonas. and that was the last time they did it.
Right.
So
And
you got cars at the time, especially how Le Mans was at the time, on road at 100 miles an hour in cars with no power steering, drum brakes, and a survival rate of a shovel. You've got a lot of really fast race cars, and then comparing that to how the Garage 56 program went with the cars of today, considering they finished where they did to begin with, is commendable for really a carbon fiber brick moving at 200 miles an hour.
oh yeah, that's so true. You know, that Garage 56 car machine was so cool to see. iRacing, you guys better get it done quick. No, I would love to get that Garage 56 Chevy machine here in iRacing. That car looks so fun to drive. So I always joke with iRacing saying that they need to get that into the server, and I'm not the only one who thinks so.
No, I fully agree. I'm going to be biased here. I'm a full Chevy man myself. Almost all of my oval racing cars in iRacing are the Chevrolet products.
Same.
Chevy Silverado pickup truck, Xfinity, Camaro, Cup Camaro, Monte Carlo, all of them. I'm a Chevy man through and through. They are just some of the best machines I would ever get to drive. And considering, unfortunately, on my behalf anyway, I'm probably way too late to get into real racing such as this, as we're rolling on around Charlotte Motor Speedway here. I'm never going to get to really drive real Chevrolet NASCAR, but I can enjoy at least the hopes and dreams of driving one here in a video game.
Oh, absolutely. As we can jump back up here to your race leaders, Mark Gonzalez in that number 2 machine, he's made up a lot of ground here on your race leader, and he's now trying to make his way around Meadows to take over that top spot. As he goes high, Meadows goes low, and you're going to see what kind of a launch. Oh, Gonzalez just got into the
Huge wall contact there.
Big contact out of turn number 4. You know, these cars, you know, they can take a beating to a point, but when you got big contact like that coming out of these corners, that's going to possibly could damage your toe link in your wheel.
Especially here with the quad oval setup, that wall there is much sharper a turn than you realize. Of course, we always go back to the famous now wall ride of Ross Chastain and the Hail Melon, excuse me, a few years ago at Martinsville. That move only works so often in the correct situation. But when you're ping-ponging off the walls like this, like the two just did off of the quad over across the finish line, you got to be real careful with how you're doing that. You may actually damage something a little bit, because he is a little bit loose through the center of the turn. He comes back around through the quad oval once again, entering turn 1 and 2, trying to chase down that 21 once again, being chased closely behind by the 77 of Craig Lattenslogger.
I just want to point out, since that contact, he's had a little bit of trouble getting moving again, and Lattenslogger has reeled him in just a little bit here. So I wonder if that damage, you know, caused enough downforce issues where he's losing a little bit of speed through these corners.
Yeah, it definitely looks like it. If you watch his middle of the turns and his exits, you can definitely kind of see it's twitching a little bit more as he's coming through the corners, really getting back onto the gas. I'm not really sure if he's got a whole ton of damage, but it's definitely done something to that race car. He's losing speed. He's keeping up, but he's definitely not gaining, really.
Yeah, I just want to make a quick note. We have Christopher Walker in that number 11 Toyota. He came down pit road, but I mean, we've only been green for about 23 to 25 laps now. I think that's just a little bit too early for him to come down pit road. And I'm starting to wonder if he has something else up his sleeve.
Maybe. This is, again, where the strategy starts coming into effect. Do you pit, especially since these drivers have 12 sets of tires for tonight, being a full distance race, do you pit early and run some extra tire, a few extra sets of tire around and try and make up as many places as you can at this point in the race and hope for more cautions towards the end. Save a little more time through the green flag stages, or do you wait everyone out, burn the heck out of your tires, wait till the last possible second, and then wait for the cautions to come out towards the end of not only just the stages, but the race, as we have just over 170 laps to go. This is really where the technical side of racing starts taking into effect, on top of track condition, on top of everybody's mentalities at this point in the race. As the 2 is falling back even further, the 77 of Craig Lautenschlager is catching him up. Not sure if the 2 did get damaged, but it definitely does not seem like he is getting a whole lot of speed out of the turn. The 77 takes towards the inside, pulling back up in line behind the 2.
At this point,
spot over.
yeah, at this point, it's only a matter of time before Lautenschlager is going to get around that 2 car. As you see him making that move on the inside now as they head down into 1 and 2. And, you know, there's a shadow building over in 1 now, I just want to point out. As they drag race now down the back straightaway. You know, that car of Mark Gonzalez, after that wall contact, he's definitely slowed up a lot. You know, and I think he has some damage to that race car, so if he hasn't used a fast repair yet and this thing stays green, he might want to think about using that fast repair. As you see here, it's not an incredible difference, but it's the difference enough where he's going to lose second spot.
77 pulls right on by him, almost taking his nose off. 2 is challenging him back with a bit of a run off the high side, taking the inside once again onto turn 3. Just cannot seem to really hold that place, but he is contending the 77 for second place as he pulls back behind, settling down into third. Hopefully for that 2 car, it's only just damaged wheel, but we'll have to see as we keep going.
Yeah, I just want to make note that number 11 of Christopher Walker and that Toyota team for Joe Gibbs Racing, they're still down on pit road for the last 4.5 minutes. So they're saying they're working hard on that race car to see if they can get it back out, but I think his day might be done.
Unfortunately, it appears that way, but we'll have to see if they can get that race car fixed and back out on the track. Only time will tell at this point.
I just want to also throw out there for those who have been watching our ticker, starting with the number 48 machine in that 22nd spot. He has loaded his Hendrick Motorsport Chevrolet up onto the hauler along with his teammate of James Bowles. Timothy Perryman in that number 6 for Roush Fenway Kozlowski, he's loaded it up. That number 9 also for Hendrick has loaded it into the trailer. Penske replacement driver Rhea Ferris, she's loaded up for the day. John Gaboy in that number 99 for Trackhouse, he's done for the day. Scott Trusty in that number 8 machine for RCR, he's done. Tony Fry in that number 41 machine, he is done for the day. Brian Treadwell, Matt Metler, both done for the day. And then down in that 32nd spot, Dylan Smith, having some electrical issues with his machine, was unable to start this race. So definitely heartbreaking for Dylan Smith in that number 3 machine. So we have quite a few drivers now out of this race, at least 10 on the board. And that means right now we have 21 drivers still out here on track. But with Christopher Walker's situation, he may be out of the race as well, which I believe I just saw that number 11 start to load it up on to their truck as well. So I believe the number 11 machine is done for the day.
Very unfortunate for that number 11 machine. Just really could not catch a break out there tonight, much like the number 20 car as well. A lot of just unfortunate racing just all around for the both of them.
From my point of view, the number 11 is actually back out on the track.
The 11 is back out on the track?
Yes, sir.
Oh, there he is.
With the down in the pits.
Oh, yeah, he's coming out. Yeah, okay.
Apologies, ladies and gentlemen. The 11 is actually still out on the track.
And we would like to welcome Dakota LaRue back up here in the booth with us. Dakota, how has your view of the race so far been from watching it on TV? And you finally decided to walk across the track and up here into the broadcast booth with us. How are you enjoying the race so far?
Before I say anything, how much honesty are we putting into this? 'Cause I've seen some weird things today, but overall, I mean, just listen to the people up here in the front. A couple of old news, but it looks like Cody Meadows has just been a classic year tonight.
I can agree with that. Cody Meadows has just been running away with the entire field tonight. He's just been on fire. No one can really seem to get by him or at least catch up to him. As you see the 77, 2, 3, 4 cars back now at least. They come on to turn 3 and 4.
Yeah, it seemed like the 22 was giving them the best run there towards the end of that last stage, but he's falling back towards, what is it, 6th place as I've just hopped in here and I'm getting my grounds and figuring out where everybody's at.
That's okay. We've been having small issues all night, so little extra chaos never hurts anybody, am I right?
Yeah, well, I mean, it ain't a proper broadcast if something doesn't go wrong at least once during the broadcast, right?
You know, I always say that, it's not an iCast Racing Network broadcast if I don't have some sort of difficulty up here in the booth. So, we're just holding on to that disclaimer, always going to be at least one issue up in the broadcast booth.
Amen to that.
I will note, though, I will have to leave in about an hour to go handle something else, but y'all have me until then.
Hey,
Well, we appreciate it immensely. Thank you for coming.
me, Dakota, as that number 77 of Lautenschlager, he's just hanging out just about 0.7 seconds behind your race leader as he's getting ready to pass that number 19 of Ethan Farless to put him another lap down.
I will say, the top 3, though, the second, third place is running slightly faster laps than the later turn, but not very, very much. It's only like a 0.1, 0.2 difference.
I've been noticing that as well.
Oh, sorry, 100.
77's getting caught up behind the number 19 of Ethan Farless. Just a lot of really interesting racing out there tonight as the number 19 moves up top, letting the 77 car go on by. 2 cars still falling a little bit further back. I think he may genuinely have some wheel damage on the right side. Hopefully he can get that fixed with his next pit stop whenever he decides to go in for that, as we start lap 245 of 400. Still a long way to go left in this race.
As we take a look here at our the last 5 laps between your top 3, your race leader Meadows this last time by, he was quicker, but the 2 laps before that, both Lautenschlager and Gonzalez were faster, so they made up a little bit of time on your race leader. So, I mean, it looks like Gonzalez might have Gonzalez might have that race car figured out how to work with the damage on that machine from that contact to the outside wall. So it's still going to be very interesting to see how this all plays out. And, we still got 155 laps to go. 154 when they get back to the line this time by.
As the sun sets down on this track, it's definitely going to change how the drivers are going to be able to react and handle the heat. It's definitely going to be cooling off and getting a little bit slicker in some places.
So I've been running here for several different sessions of races, including the street stocks, mini stocks, and all the way up to Cup Series cars. Over the past few years that I've been on iRacing, this track really does change a lot in a very short amount of time. You can be, from the full sunlight, it can be extremely loose. Then, as the dusk sets in, like it is right now, it's running a little hot, it's running really fast, you're getting some really good racing action going. Once it comes back down to nighttime, you're going to be loose all over the place again, because the track's just going to be that cold.
Yep, you're going to be loose but fast, and that is a dangerous combo, as it's real easy to lose the car.
Yeah, one thing.
Oh yes, especially these.
Yeah, one thing these drivers have to keep in mind is these guys, they are on a fixed setup. So they're going to have to adapt to the car. You know, normally, you know, if we're running an open setup, you know, we can yell at our crew chiefs and say, hey, you know, it's too damn tight, or it's just all over the place. And they can make changes to the car, you know, for when you come down pit road. But in these things, there is no changing setups. You know, it is what you have. And so it takes a lot. This isn't just, you know, about who's the fastest. It's who knows how to drive.
Races like this, it's about who can be the most consistent over a long run here. As this is basically a mini endurance race with 400 laps, one of the longest races of the season.
Yeah, it's definitely one of it is probably the longest race of the season for ISNF, as they do run the full Daytona 500, but that's only 500 miles. So we have Eugene Thorne in that number 66 machine. He's going to give up that 10th spot and come down pit road. So we're
on pits as well.
Yeah, so we're right about that time where we're going to start seeing green flag pit stops, as Cody Meadows in that number 21 machine. He's going to give up the race lead and come down pit road. Now,
Something else I'd like to point out between the differences of Daytona and here, you know, Daytona, you can cruise. Here, you got to be on your toes and keeping a good pace, because it's a lot easier to go a lap down here with mistakes, especially if you lose out on the draft early and you don't have the exact pace you need. Versus Daytona, as long as you got the draft, you still have a chance to be in the front.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's going to be all about, you know, especially now that we're in green flag pit stops, is don't speed on pit road. You know, you're not going from, you know, 190 miles an hour, you know, with pitting with 10 people behind you, but you're coming down here by yourself. But you got to also be careful. You know, this is, you know, the pits come up quick here. So that's something that these drivers are going to have to watch out for, and not speed down pit road.
Yeah, and another thing, pit exit, if you just get into the gas the wrong way and turn too much, it's very easy to slide out on the apron here.
Very true as well, especially with how sharp the entrance to pit lane is here. You're trying to go down from, what do you get, 165 for these corners pretty comfortably? You're trying to get down from 165 down to pit lane speed here is 35 miles an hour?
Yeah.
Yeah, it should be.
Off that steep banking with a hard left turn. That is a hard feat to do in any car, let alone these.
Yeah, that is very true, as Craig's going to assume our race lead currently, but he's still yet to pit. Mark Gonzalez is opting to stay out a little longer as well. We'll see how that fares for them, as the 21 of Cody Meadows on fresh tires right now is going to be gaining even more ground once he does try to get caught back up and back in front of him.
Yeah, for me coming down this pit road, I'm going to stay up on track as long as I can. And then right where that blue line ends, I'm going to...
hold on.
Oh, what do you see? What do you see?
I seen a lot of smoke going into the pit lane. I'm not quite sure what happened there.
I've been getting into the 21 a little bit as he comes across the start-finish line as well. Door-to-door action, punting, banging fenders a little bit, keeping it straight though.
It looks like somebody just locked the tires up. I thought we
Whoa,
had a
the
wreck.
21 just bumps the 11. Bounced off the wall and hit the 11.
And that will bring out our caution. Oh, that is very unfortunate situation right there. Christopher Walker in that number 11 machine, comes back out from being multiple laps down. Let's go back, take a look here, and see what happened. If I can quit jumping to the cockpit view.
While we're trying to find that, so Cody Meadows, who's been leading the whole race the entire time, is going to have to take a wave around at this point. And that's if everyone else in front of him pits. So that's going to put him in the back of the field. He's going to have to work his way back towards the front if he wants to win this race.
Yep, taking a look at this, it looks like the 11 machine of Christopher Walker pinched Cody Meadows up against the wall. Meadows didn't really have much to do there. Not much he could, just do all around, but he's able to keep that car straight. That's a very unfortunate situation there for that number 21 machine.
Yeah, I'm also going to call a slight bit of netcode there. It looks like they're actually touching, like, in the corner, but they're really not. It kind of looks like the 11's pushing the 21 up the corner, but they're not even making contact.
Yeah, for sure. Just definitely a very tight situation. While we are under this caution, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to step away for just a moment. Go get some refill on my drink. And when we come back, we're going to go green flag racing. And it looks like Chris Van Master, he's in that number 38 machine. He's going to take over as your race leader, possibly, depending on how they all come out here, as he's come working his way down the backstretch. Let me see here. Nope, Craig Lotsliger, he will continue to lead this field. And David Justin's going to come out right behind him. So I'm going to leave it to you guys here for just a few moments, and I'll be right back.
Yeah, cool. So who's your pick to win the race today, bud?
Well, my original pick out there for today's race was the 24 of James Bowles. Unfortunately, he is currently out of the race. Obviously, I could be a little bit boring. I could pick the 21 of Cody Meadows. He's been leading the majority of this race out there tonight. I'm going to, however, say the 77 of Craig Lattenslager. I'd say he's been pretty fast out there all night tonight. I think he's got a pretty good chance to win it, especially now that the 21 is only going to get a wave around towards the back of the field after that incident with the 11.
Look at the 22 with Justin Johnson. He's looked really strong whenever he was up towards the front, but I think it's going to come down to a late race caution, and that's going to decide our winner.
Couldn't agree more there. A lot of cautions out here tonight. We were saying earlier that we might not have all that many. We might break the record for how few cautions we were going to have over the course of this 600-mile race. Currently, we're being proven wrong.
Yeah, once you get running this many laps, a lot of drivers will get, a little more aggressive and stuff as the race goes on and irritated. It does happen sometimes.
Couldn't agree more. It's just we had a lot of cautions early on, a lot of spins on the restarts, just the way it goes, I guess. But at least we're stacking up now once again. 77 leading them around this time on the inside line, 22 on the outside. We come back down the backstretch, entering turn 3. Craig Lattenslager, followed by Justin Johnson, Charles Robertson, David Justin, Jeffrey Weimer, Larry Fairman, Chris Van Mestrick, Mark Gonzalez, Cody Meadows, Will Austin, Jeff Percheski, Eugene Thorne, and Steven Sear are your top 13 on the lead lap. Come back around turns 3 and 4. Pace car pulling off this time by 77, leading them back into the Echo Park restart zone, stacking up the field a little bit here. We are green flag once again here at Charlotte Motor Speedway. 77 with a huge jump. 22 with a very bad start on the restart. Flipping out a little bit in and out of existence there. That's okay. 77 roaring off through turns 1 and 2 as we get back underway here at Charlotte.
Yeah, and I was noticing earlier, the 22 likes to run the high side to try to get up here towards the lead. That is not necessarily the best gear, especially when you got a 40 lap run going towards the stage, is you're going to burn your tires up and lose a lot of pace.
Couldn't agree more. He's been running the high side all night. A lot of cars choosing high side over the bottom for overtakes out there. Do you know if that's a better move here at Charlotte, or would you really rather try to stay towards the inside coming off of turns 2 and 4 for attempts at overtakes?
I don't mind to use the outside because the outside is technically faster here if you use it properly. But it just eats away at your tires. So if you get stuck up there in a side-by-side battle with somebody that's able to run the inside of it, it's really not worth it. You're better off to stay behind them and try to save tire better than them and then go for the move later.
As the majority of the field starts going single file into turns 3 and 4, 77 of is still your leader, being chased down by the number 20 of Charles Robertson. Finally getting some luck out there tonight as he's back up into the top places, being chased down by the 22 of Justin Johnson. Charles Robertson finally catching some good luck out there as he's back up to second place. Long overdue after several little incidents and spins. He's finally catching a break.
Speaking of the outside line, the one corner is the Larson line, if you notice through these corners, like he's right up against the wall, which is really, really high. Like when I'm talking high side, I mean like middle of the track, kind of high, not. But he's making it work for him. Sometimes you just need a little bit of extra wiggle room. Sometimes you just prefer to run the high side. Nothing wrong with it, but as you said it just a little bit ago, yeah, the high side works, but you're going to be ready through the marble and through the lack of the rubbered in portion of the track as you're trying to make your own path through turns 3 and 4, coming back through the quad oval. Watching the number 1 car. Working a little bit down towards the middle. The lights are on as it is starting to get a little dark out.
Yep. Sun is definitely setting off of the racetrack if it hasn't completely already. So we complete lap 265, excuse me. Just over 40 laps to go. No.
Sure, right quick. We still got about 135 laps left, I believe.
My apologies. 35-ish laps to go during the stage. Thank you.
Yep.
I can't do math out there tonight.
Yeah,
So we are doing
34
3 stages
laps.
tonight, right? As it is a 400 lap race, like they typically do for Charlotte, 3 stages.
Yep, 3 stages. So at lap 300, we will be doing our final stage. And a lot of drivers are out of this race that really needed those bonus points. So it's going to be very interesting to see and calculate, who's going to make the chase here or the playoff and who's not. And currently we only have, let me see here. I think I read about 5 drivers currently locked in. That's going to be Charles Robertson, Cody Meadows, Angel Hernandez, Mark Gonzalez, Michael Hoffladason, Chris Otto, and Christian Delgado. And everybody else is trying to race their way in. And as Rhea said earlier, that number... who was it? Tony Fry. He dropped out of the playoffs, and that's going to throw somebody else that was out of the top 16 into it. And so right now it's Hopefully who's looking, to race his way into the playoffs here by the end of this race.
Shout out to Hopefully. 27 laps down, got his damage fixed, and still out there trying to get points.
That's one thing I like about Hopefully and that number. Oh, where are you at?
Number 4.
There he is. Number 4, running in that 20th spot. He may be virtually out of the winning contention, But that's one thing I like about him is you hardly ever see in your standings where it says out.
Yeah, backing out of the races is arguably the worst thing you can do, especially from a points point of view, especially with a big race like tonight with the World 600 here in Charlotte. You're trying to get as many points as you can, and despite being in 20th place, the last car on the track, last place car on the track, excuse me, of John Hokley in the number 4 Ford, he still has a chance at least to get back on the lead lap. We still have plenty of racing laps to go here out on the track tonight, and it's only going to get faster as the night goes on. Of course, as we were just discussing earlier as well, it's going to be loser. There may be more cautions, there may be more wrecks, more opportunities for him to make up those places.
Not Bill competing the race here. As I would like to get an update on Cody Meadows. He's worked his way back up to the 6th spot, and after having to do a wave around and starting in the back of the field here.
Yeah, unfortunately, that very unfortunate timing of that that caution, it stuck quite a few drivers a lap down. They had to get that wave by to get back on the lap after getting their pit stops done. It didn't really affect him too terribly bad. Just the whole cycle didn't, cycle back around as it should have, where he would have picked up that the race lead once again. So he's not in a terrible spot. He's just got to keep his head down, his mind focused, and just start slowly reeling in these guys. And sure enough, that's exactly what he's doing in that number 21 machine.
Cars and everyone else as he wasn't able to pit, taking the wave around. But I mean, he's definitely making it work at the moment. As we're having some more radio connectivity.
Yeah, everyone 22 for the majority of the night. He has just been all over the place with his radio issues, as we'll call it. I don't know if that's something on iRacing's end. I just can't really tell. I've tried restarting some of my things on my side to try and make it work, and I think he's just got an issue on his side. Hopefully he gets that fixed next time, because I'd love to see more of the action from him.
Yeah, it's definitely not common here with Justin Johnson to have these kind of issues. I play it off as, radio communication. But in all reality, he's having latency issues connecting with the iRacing server. So I like to try to keep it realistic as I can. So I call it like radio communication errors. But all in all, I feel what he's feeling, because last night I was racing in a MX5 race over on Racers Elite Network. I qualified on the pole and didn't blink all race, and then the last 2 restarts with like 20 laps to go, I started blinking, and I was right on the back bumper of the race leader, but I didn't want to get too close to him because I didn't want to have a netcode situation, and so I just brought it home second and pray to God that he had an issue, which he didn't. So I feel like Justin is going through, he's probably being screamed at, he's blinking this, at the other, but on our screens, on our hand, nobody's blinking on our screen, so we know exactly where everybody's at all times. And just unfortunately, it is frustrating with driving next to drivers that are blinking, but at the same time, those drivers that are blinking, they still see everybody, so they don't even really know how bad the blinking is.
Yeah, but you also got to take into account iRacing did add that new feature where you are blinking out of the pit road parking. So it has been implemented into the oval tracks. It's not as bad as like the road course racing. Not as easy to get sent to the pits, but it does happen. I've seen it a few times. So he's obviously not blinking bad enough for iRacing to think it's bad.
Exactly. Last week over at Talladega and NIS Series, they were complaining I was blinking all race long, and I was like, huh? You know, and I'm like, and
Admittedly, they were complaining about me as well. Unfortunately, I had to bail out of that race due to not feeling the very best. Unfortunately, I'm once again kind of there this week.
Oh,
But hey, we're doing it live. We're doing all right. And whoa, we got crashes on track.
yeah, I just got a.
oh yeah, Dalen Lansdale in that number 71. He had some sort of issues. Let's go back, take a look, and see what happened to him on the exit here of turn number 4. That was funky.
We got a battle for P4 between Mark and David here. They were battling pretty rough for a minute, giving each other a couple of nudges and bumps, and letting one another know they're there. But it looks like they got this thing thought out now.
I'm sorry, where is this one?
It's for like 4th place.
Fourth place, Mark Gonzalez, David, and Justin, yeah. As they continue to run side by side. Gonzalez on the inside, Justin on the outside. You know, Justin's been holding his own up in that number 23 machine, so I'm very proud of Justin filling in there in that number 23 machine for 2311 Racing. So he's doing a phenomenal job in that 23 machine. Mark Gonzalez making his way back up into that 4th spot. And as we said, you know, as long as he minds his P's and Q's, he's going to start reeling in those race leaders. And I just want to point out, Charles Robertson in that number 20 machine got around the 22 of Justin Johnson. And he's now slowly reeling in Lautensteiger now.
Yeah, the 22 seems to have some decent speed here, but it seems like he's not able to save the tire that he needs on the long run.
Yeah, for sure. One thing that I believe Johnson has always struggled with was, you know, saving the tires. You know, he's a fast driver all around in that number 22 for Penske. So him being up front is no surprise. But I feel like, personally, you know, for all the races that I have seen, is he's just having issues maintaining, you know, those tires and being able to work on those tires as his teammate of Mark Gonzalez is quickly reeling him in. And so it's not going to be very long before Gonzalez is going to be back up in that 3rd spot.
Couldn't agree with you more there. Mark Gonzalez, since the start of the green flag, has made 21 positions up to 4th place. An incredible run from him out there tonight. We'll have to see how it continues to go for him. Number 20 car as well, the number 20 Toyota, Charles Robertson. Another great car out there tonight, making up a lot of places after several early mistakes and mishaps that have just plagued his night. As darkness continues to fall here at Charlotte Motor Speedway, he's started to pick up the pace once again. He's back up to his starting position of 2nd place.
Yeah,
Like also point out, John Hopley is going to gain another position, putting him at 19th, as Dylan has decided to pack it up and put it on the trailer, it looks like. Just in a few short laps here, he'll be taking over the 19th spot, giving him even more points going into the end of the race here.
Flying high above, up in our iRacing blimp, you could just see how dark it's getting in that infield and watching these lights glow down on the track itself. So it's a very interesting, you know, thing to watch this race go from nighttime to dark time. So it's now, the track is going to continue to change. There's going to be more grip, and you know what that means, guys? More speed.
Yeah, we're about 3 hours and 20 minutes into this race, not including, you know, the drivers practicing for 30 minutes and the 10 minutes of qualifying. So these drivers have been on track for close to 4 hours now, and you know it's got to be taking a toll on them, especially with the change into nighttime.
Yeah, 3 hours 12 minutes into, or yeah, 3 hours 13 minutes now into this race. Definitely taking a toll. You know, this is something that that we touched on earlier today. You know, this may be virtual race cars, but man, you know, trying to run a race like this for 600 miles It's a lot easier said than done at like Daytona or Talladega, as you know, you turn, straight. Here you go, turn, straight, turn. And these turns are a lot sharper, a lot faster, and you're actually going to probably have a little bit more, feedback in your racing wheels, and you don't have much time to breathe here on the straightaways. So these drivers are feeling it.
And not to mention, you also have to worry about tire wear. The car's a lot looser here. I mean, the side-by-side battling's a lot harder. You know, this is not necessarily a hard track. Yeah.
And as you're going around as well, you're using your fuel, so the car is becoming even lighter, even more loose, and you're increasing your speed even more due to the reduced weight. So we're about to see some. If we thought it was wild before, we're going to see some even crazier stuff at this point in the race.
So we're getting questions in the chat about how to join the league. If anyone would like to go.
Yeah, if you would like to join the league, go into your iRacing UI, click on that leagues, and you just search up ISNF, and you're going to be able to see all our leagues there. You could also visit. Let me go ahead and pull it up for you guys here, so that you guys can virtually see it here as well. Under our race information down at the bottom, you can join us at isnfleague.com. Get an invite to our Discord. Again, that is isnfleague.com. If you would like to come in, we are actually, believe it or not, we are looking for sub drivers. So if you are interested in come and join us, we'll look for sub drivers. So come on in, have fun. Really fun group, really great group of drivers to run with. And if you like what you see, come on out and join us.
The 22, just so you're all aware, 22 has just been sent to the pits due to his connection problems. His radio problems have finally caught up with him. He has been sent to the pits. Justin Johnson down to 13th place. Very unfortunate there, but we kind of expected it at this point during the race. Less than 5 laps to go to the end of the stage. Lap 296 this time by 77 of Craig Lautenschlager leading the way, being chased down by the number 20 of Charles Robertson, being followed by the number 2 of Mark Gonzalez, are your top 3. Amazingly, we've had a pretty clean stage number 2. As we start gearing up for stage number 3.
Yeah, we have just about 3 laps remaining here for Craig Lautenschlager in that number 77 machine. He's up here making some noise.
And we got a comment from the 22 that it's JGR's fault, and the 22 is going to end up packing it up on the trailer.
Very unfortunate for him out there tonight.
You mean from Penske?
He said it's JGR's fault. I guess JGR is hacking into his radio device or something, causing issues. As we have 2 laps to go in the stage.
JGR, renowned radio people since God knows when, because I don't know when that team was founded, but we're gonna do it anyway.
Joe Gibbs Racing has been around for a very, very long time. Yes, we are talking about the one and only Coach Joe Gibbs, who also owns the Washington Commanders. So
who?
Uh-oh. Hang on, my computer's freaking out, guys.
Uh-oh.
Run!
The JGR joke, we got banned.
The JGR
Dang
did not
it.
like that and decided to screw with your computer.
They did. iRacing has kicked me out of the server.
Oh no!
So if you
Well-
guys don't mind, go ahead and keep calling the shots radio style while I get this sim back up and running. I'm gonna.
Right now we're under caution, so we're not
We're
really
under
missing a lot.
caution
So you're
for the end of the stage, lap 300. Your leader, number 77, are Craig Lautenslager, followed by the 20 of Charles Robertson, followed by the 2 in third place of Mark Gonzalez, in fourth, Cody Meadows, in fifth, Will Austin, in sixth, David Justin, in seventh, Jeffrey Weimer. God, I cannot get that name down tonight for some reason. I'm sorry. In eighth, Jeff Percheski, I think. Percheski, excuse me. In ninth, Larry Fairman. In 10th, Eugene Thorne. In 11th, Steven Sear. In 12th, Chris Van Mestrick. And those are your lead lap cars. As we are catching up to the pace car, everybody's slowing down once again. Lap
Cody Meadows, that would make us-
301 of 400.
And on that note, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a brief commercial break, and we'll be back with you guys momentarily.
With a head of steam moving to the outside his chin, Richie says it can't be done. Tony Shallen says turn on the reggae music. If you're gonna pass me, you're gonna do it high.
There is just one more lap remaining, and look how close Modoff is. He got the slipstream.
There we go. 2 laps to settle it in the Blue Emu Firecracker 400. Whatever you got to give it now. Back to green we go.
On the final lap, side by side, they still run wheel to wheel. Now, through the snake, the S as we go. Quaro edges ahead. Modoff is still there.
White flag, 1 more to go in the Daytona 250. Kepler leads that lap. Who's going to lead the last one?
To the line, look at that, Dave Chapman's going to sit there on the outside, final corner, has he got it done?
Continuing to go side by side for the lead through 3 and 4, and they manage it safely. Now through 5.
And hunting for a way by it all. Between Phil Sell and Rico.
To the outside. White flag is out side by side. They make contact in the turn number 1. Ooh, gets him onto the grass now, down to the inside. Andy T, a little bit of a wiggle and the perfect crossover there from Polly Portson to defend the position. Andy T totally sideways. They're still sideways going into Siberia.
And getting ready to cross, he goes around the outside, but it's not enough.
Eden's up the racetrack. Car broke down the track. A photo finish. James Eden wins it. It's still 4 abreast into the braking zone. This is sensational racing. And here comes Bowden. It's going to be a drag race to the end. Then side by side. Who gets it?
Williams tries to cover him off, but once again, pulling the over-under. Daniel Morad is going to win with a last quarter pass.
Newsom's coming up right there. Find the corner. It's going to be pinned there.
Hollander's going to come back at him. It's going to be a race to the line. Does he have enough? Down to it.
And they're wrecking in 3. Here comes Michael Cozy Jr. Michael Cozy Jr.'s got the lead.
He looks to the inside. Side by side for the race lead.
You scared the fuck out of me.
Alrighty,
Are we
ladies
back?
and gentlemen, we are back here. I do deeply apologize about that. Joe Gibbs apparently did not like my cracking of a joke, and they kicked me from the server as well.
Everyone go.
Oh, and in the whole process, my audio, my team chat got turned back on, so let me go ahead and turn that back off. And let me go.
Oops.
Yeah, let me go back, check that, apply and close to that. Ladies and gentlemen, pace car is off, and we're going to go back green flag racing here at Charlotte to finish up caution number 17. And we are green flag here once again. Craig Lautenslager, he is out in front as he gets a good restart there with Charles Robertson right behind him, Mark Gonzalez and Cody Meadows. And Will Austin in that number 10 machine will round out your top 5 here as we will come down, flying down this back straightaway. And we have a good battle now for that 4th spot between Meadows and Austin.
I just want to point out, Charles Robertson got a really great start there, so he's able to drop down to the inside. Oh, big break.
Big
Huge
contact.
one on the front stretch.
You guys hit the brakes.
Well, I got a
Cannot
feeling
enough.
Cody Meadows is not going to be winning this race after that one.
Oh, man. Definitely hard, fortunate situation there. Cody Meadows involved, Larry Fairman, Ethan Farless, Jeff Percheski, Gabe Ledger, Chris Van Mastert, all these cars involved.
And unfortunately, going back
A lot of
and
them
looking at
just
it,
had nowhere to go.
it kind of looks like Cody just gets into the wall and loses the car trying to keep it off of the guy on his inside there and just overcorrected a tad bit.
Yeah, let's go back here, take a look and see what happened. Looks like we're looking at Ethan. Come back here. Yeah, Meadows got, ouch. He got into the wall, came down into the 10. The 34's involved, the 19. You know, a lot of these drivers, they...
Oh, can we get an onboard for the number 4, Mr. John? As he made it through that entire crash. And he's probably sitting there thinking to himself, yes, maybe a couple more drivers will be out of the race and I can get some more spots.
Absolutely. Let's go ahead and go to his view here in that number 4 machine. He's riding here through turns 3 and 4. And now everything is starting to happen in front of him. Meadows up into the wall. He sees the smoke. He backs it down through the grass. Misses the misses the 7.
Car making him a perfect hole right through there.
Oh man, I almost cursed right here on my own broadcast. Wow, that was close for that number 4 of Hopley. Let's go back and watch that from the outside view now. Hopley,
Yeah, that was a crazy.
yeah, Hopley in that Rush number 4 truck. As Mayhem goes in front of him, you just see him. Let's see. Whoa! Man, that was close, guys. He is probably calling out to his crew saying he needs a change of underwear, guys.
After that, I'd
really
say
wear
we
the
probably
pins
did a
around
little
here.
bit more than that.
Always.
That was insanely close.
And this driver is why you always make sure you got your extra set of pins on.
2 pairs of pants and Hollywood-style quick change if you need them.
Yeah, absolutely. As I'm going to come back here and take a look at chat. Let's see. Somebody said that his race was going great until he got called into work, so it looks like somebody had to leave early. Not sure who that was. I think that was actually, might have been Matt Mettler in that number 54 machine.
I just want to go ahead and give a shout out to our secondary sponsor, Depends. If you're ever getting a 5-hour race and you're having to pinch it off mid-race and you get involved in a wreck, Depends is definitely a great one to have, as it'll catch all your problems and you can change it after.
Always.
Yeah, depends. Sponsored, not sponsored. Please. We could do with some of the money.
Depends.
We don't have any.
Depends. If you would like to sponsor iCast Racing Network, let me tell you what, I will always depend on you to have cautions.
Just like these drivers do.
Absolutely.
You can tell this has been a long race when we're making jokes about depends.
Always.
Hey, I always make jokes about Depends. I mean, you never know when you might need a set. I'm just saying. As we still have a good, 93 laps to go as we cross the line this time. The lights are off on the pace car. And the 77 and Craig is going to be leading us to the green here.
Absolutely, and I can neither confirm or deny that I'm wearing Depends right now for this 600-mile race. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Rhea's going to kill us after. Bree's gonna kill us after she watches this broadcast.
Craig getting a really good jump. The
Absolutely
Will
worth the
behind
ball.
him, or the two behind him, actually getting a pretty good jump as well, not allowing the 20 to drop down here. And 20's going to be falling back to third, getting down to the inside as we're coming up for this time. And 77, not really got a really good restart, but the two car behind him is sure making short work trying to get right up to his bumpers here.
Last pit stop under the
Oh, we got a
stage
car on the wall.
caution. Huge slide up from the number 5. Amazing save with that one. I'll give him credit for that. I think the two finally got the chance to fix the damage he had from earlier when he tagged that wall in the quad oval. Hopefully he got that thing straightened back out again. He's out there chasing down the 77 with a little more gusto this time. Could be the track livening up once again. Could be repair. Could be a mix of both. We'll have to see how it goes for the remaining 90 laps of this race.
On Mr. Meadows, he's currently 2 laps down, but it looks like he's got a lot of damage fixed on his car here. So if he gets a couple quick cautions here, he'll back to the
It's still anybody's game at this point. Cody Meadows has been white hot all night long, so anything's really possible. I'd say he has a good chance at getting back up there if he can maintain the speed, and if we at least have another 2 or 3 cautions. He should be getting back up towards the lead lap if he can make himself into the lucky dog positions.
Cody Meadows currently, I'm showing 2 laps down. The first car that is a lap down at the moment is that number 47 of Thomas Flynn. You know, we saw some hard contacts for Thomas Flynn early on, our pole sitter, and he's worked his way back to be just a 1 lap down. So he's gonna need about probably need,
the radio connection.
Yep, gonna need about 2 or 3 more cautions here before Meadows will be able to get back into that top spot. So very unfortunate way for Meadows' day to fall short. So we're just gonna have to wait and see how that happens here.
To the end of the stage, he could try to pit early or something, like if we have another caution, and take a wave around at the end of the stage and everyone else goes into pits, and then he'd only be 1 lap down in prime position.
Yeah, absolutely. That's, you know, he's a very fast driver, so it's not going to surprise me if he's able to find a way to sneak back up here by the end of it, as we have 87 laps to go this time by. Mark Gonzalez is now right on that back bumper of Craig Lautenslager in that number 77 machine.
Yeah, definitely seems like Mark's just letting him know that he does have the speed if he wants it.
Oh, absolutely. And a win here would actually put Craig Lautenslager up into the playoffs here at the end of this. So, I mean, he's already pretty much to the good. He doesn't have much to worry about here, but this is going to be absolutely big for Lautenslager if he can bring that number 77 machine home.
Very true as well, but that 2 car really is starting to chase him down, the 2 of Mark Gonzalez. He's got a lot of speed in that thing since the last restart, or well, since the last stage restart anyway, because we all know how that last restart went, really. But he's got a lot more speed in that car since that last stage, since that last incident through the quad oval that we were talking about earlier. He's getting a lot of speed through the turns, and he's really keeping up with the number 77. Cody Meadows has crashed.
Yeah, his day just went from bad to worse as he had issues. Let's come back here as he has a lot of damage to the front end of the machine, as he will bring that machine down on pit road. Let's come back here and take a look.
That is an unfortunate look as I'm looking at it while you're in the process of getting back
there. Oh, yeah. The 35 got into the wall, bounced down into that number 21 machine. And unfortunately, I believe that might end the day for the number 21 of Cody Meadows. Definitely
And
a very
unfortunately, no caution for that as well.
yeah. All right, so it
I'm
looks
amazed with the caution from that as well. That was a big accident, sliding all the way across both sides of the racetrack.
yep. Nicholas Johnson, that number 35 machine, he's got a lot of damage now to his tire, and as you guys saw right there, the 21 machine's crew disappeared, so he's loaded up and he's done for the night. Big disappointment there for that number 21 machine of Cody Meadows.
I think commentators' curse is just getting the best of some of these people. As I said something about Justin being able to win on a late race caution, and we were talking about Cody Meadows dominating the race earlier. Just unfortunate look for both of them.
Well, I mean, I've already talked about Craig Lautenslager, Mark Gonzalez. We've talked about Charles Robertson, who's seen his bunch of issues today. David Justin, he's been up there quite in that number 4th spot, in that number 23. So he's having a good day. Jeff Weimer in that number 60 machine, he's had an up and down day, up in that top 5. Larry Fairman, he snuck his way up into the top 6 in that number 34 machine. Mike Iskandar having an incredible day in that number 1 machine. Eugene Thorne in that number 66 machine, he's having a great day running P8. Chris Van Master in that number 38, he's having a good day as well. And Steven Sire in that number 5 machine up in that 10th spot. So there, I hit all top 10 commentators' curse. Boom. I don't know, I just felt like recapping top 10.
Whenever we don't have no drivers left on the track, we know who to blame. Anyways, 77 doing a really good job starting to pull back away from the 2, as the 2 was kind of using a little bit of the high line, kind of wondering if he burned his right sides up just a hair, not too bad. Maybe he's trying to let him pull off. As you see him going towards that middle and back down to the bottom. But it does appear that the 3rd and 4th place of Charles Robertson and David Justin is starting to catch up to our leaders here, as they're making up a little bit of ground these past few laps.
Yeah, absolutely.
We're also a better part of 22, 23 laps into the stage this time by. If a lot of these guys running up towards the front did not hit last time, I can't honestly remember for the stage caution, and that's partially on me as the 2 gets into the wall a little bit there, brushes it off, think he's okay. If these guys didn't pit, they're going to start losing tire, and you really can't afford to be pitting this early, especially when you have a fast race car like the 77 and the 2. The 2 once again brushing up against the wall. He's beaten the heck out of all of these walls as they come around turns 1 and 2. He beat the wall off of turn 2 last lap. He beat the wall out of turn 4, and he beat the quad oval, leaving that. So he might be getting really tight in that race car up there. He might be losing his grip on the right side as he taps the wall again.
I don't think that one was a tap there. That was a full-fledged trying to take down the wall hit at a turn 4 that time by. So a lot of damage now building up on that number 2 machine again for Gonzalez. 75 laps to go this time by when the leaders get back to the start-finish line. You know, we still got one more pit stop to make. So that'll be like right around lap 50 is, you know, between 50 to 55 is where we've seen drivers start coming down. How soon are you going to come down, you know, for this final pit stop?
I feel like we're going to see our drivers go just a little bit longer, as we did have a secondary caution there right after the race. A couple hours in, that's more fuel. Probably going to run it out to have the freshest set of tires there towards the end of the race, so they can push as hard as they can.
Yep. As laps keep ticking down here, we got 10 cars currently on the lead lap. That would be your top 10. First car a lap down is going to be Thomas Flynn, still in that number 47 machine. So for the most part, everybody is pretty spread out except your top 3 right here that you see on screen. Craig Longslager, your race leader, Mark Gonzalez in that number 2 machine, and Charles Robertson in that 20. You know, it's a Chevy versus Ford versus Toyota, and so we're gonna find out what manufacturer is going to be the strongest here tonight.
I do want to bring this up again. John, in that number 4 car, currently sitting P18, he's going to be P16 by the end of this race, as 2 more drivers have packed up on that. So that's even more points he's going to be gaining here. I don't know how close he is to the bubble or whatever, but that's going to be very helpful for him.
Yeah, John Hopley, at the start of this thing, he only had 271 points. So realistically, you know, a lot of drivers didn't make the race today. Alyssa Sharp, Danny Solo, Joey Maines is here. You know, so with just those 2 drivers, he's definitely going to jump over Alyssa Sharp in points. And he may be right back up on that back bumper of Danny Solo. But I think with him staying out the way he's staying out, I think he's going to make it into the playoffs by the end of this race.
Definitely looks that way. He's in a very good contention for it.
Yeah, as it appears we have someone else that disconnected as well, so he's actually going to be up in the 15th by the end of this race. I mean, that's a, you know, 3 or 4 extra spots there that he's made up in the past stage. And the race isn't even over yet. Definitely more room for more people to get me-balled or any other such thing. But anyways, fellas, I gotta hop out of here, and I hope y'all enjoy the rest of the broadcast. You know, I appreciate y'all letting me hop in here for a little bit.
Absolutely, Dakota. Ladies and gentlemen, Dakota LaRue, my good buddy, old pal, joining us up here in the booth for the World 600. You have yourself a great day, Dakota, and we will hope to see you next week when we go to Phoenix.
Y'all as well.
Yeah, have a good one, Dakota.
Always a joy to have up here in the booth. Yeah, so it looks like that number 35 of Nicholas Johnson, he is out of the race. So that means by the end of this, he's Hopley in that number 4 machine. He's definitely going to make his way back up here into the at least 15th by the end of this.
Couldn't agree with you more there. A lot of these drivers towards the back and several laps down, such as Will Austin, Ethan Farless, and John Hopley. A lot of these guys, yeah, they've not had the best nights out there, but they're keeping on going. They're fighting for these places. They're trying to get as many laps back as they can, make up whatever positions they can from the drivers that have unfortunately packed up and left. But we still got better part of 55 laps to go. We got plenty of time for some good racing here if these guys can keep their pace up, keep their noses out of trouble here, as darkness really has come to fall here at Charlotte Motor Speedway, with the number 77, the 2, and the 20 challenging each other for the win of this race.
Yeah, definitely. As you see, the number 20 of Robertson, he's made up a lot of ground on the back end of Mark Gonzalez in that number 2 machine. So he's going to try to see what he can do about marching his way back to the race lead. You know, he's led quite a few laps, and he's egging on now for a very strong finish here.
Running up against the wall a little bit there. As long as he takes that clean, he should be all right. I think the 2 may have damaged himself again on those past few times by when he was rubbing up against the wall. He may have caused himself some more damage once again. Not too much. Hopefully just a little bit of wheels knocked out on alignment, which is a quick, easy fix with under their green flag pit stops whenever that comes to fruition. 77 by the 2 and the 20, Chevy, Ford, and Toyota leading the way. It is truly a manufacturer battle for the win, as we are Coming back around, Ethan Farless once again on the bottom of the racetrack, getting out of everybody's way. Entering the pits as another lap down, unfortunately for him. But he still has contention to be at least in the race. You never know here at Charlotte.
Absolutely. I'm just going to go through here really quick and take a look at all of our current top 16. So see everybody who's led laps real quick. John Hopley has not led a lap. Chris Van Master, he has not led a lap. Jeff Weimer up in that number 60, he's led 2 laps. So he's going to gain 2 bonus points there. Alyssa Sharp and Danny Solo are not here. Joey Maines, very unfortunate, he is out of the race. He has not led any laps here today. Craig Lautenslager, he's currently your race leader up in that number 77 machine. He's led 96 laps so far. So he's having a very good run up there. Justin Johnson in that number 22 machine, he is out of the race. He led a lap, so he'll get 2 bonus laps there as well. And this is just for me to do some very heavy, quick calculating at the end of this. Christian Delgado, he's not in. Chris Otto, he's not in. Hoffladason. Let's see, there's Mike Iskandar. He's coming down pit road now with that number 1 machine. That's right, I don't think Hoffladason was in today. Mark Gonzalez, he's led 2 laps, so he's get bonus points. Angel Hernandez, he's not in today.
A lot of drivers out today.
Yeah, a lot of drivers had. Cody Meadows led 165 laps. So he will.
Unfortunate for him that he got wrecked out at this point during the race after 160 laps leading it, then a couple mistakes that brought him to the tail end of the field, and then eventually his own wreck with, don't remember off the top of my head, but very unfortunate, very unlucky racing for him out there tonight.
Yeah, definitely very unfortunate there. Charles Robertson, he's in that 3rd spot. He's led 12 laps today. So if everything plays out how it is right now, I believe Cody Meadows, he will get those bonus points for leading the most laps and everything. But the ones I'm very curious on is, where does Justin Johnson fall? Where does Craig Lautenslager fall? You know, if he wins today, he's automatically clinched himself into the playoff. So let me take a look here. Chris Van Master, he is currently up there in that 8th spot. Let me go ahead and let me see here. I'm going to pull up those the point standings here, as we do have 54 to go this time by, or 55 to go this time.
I was talking to some folks before the race began, and unfortunately I had plans going on this morning. I was not entirely convinced I was going to be able to make it, so I told Rhea earlier I was just not going to drive for this, and more to the point, I was not mentally or physically prepared for it. As if you've seen some of the streams on the Fearless YouTube channel, you know I've done some of the broadcasting for them over there from time to time. I am a little under the weather with a small cold, so my voice is a little raspy today, so I just wasn't feeling up to driving it. And so here we are, better part of 4 hours, 45 minutes in, We still have just over 50 laps to go, and it is still a pretty wild race, as only the top 7 cars are on the lead lap. Number 77 of Craig Lautenschlager leading the way, making 25 positions up from the start of the race. In second is Mark Gonzalez in the number 2 Ford, making 23 positions up from the start. David Justin in third, making up 15. Jeffrey Weimer in the number 60, making up 15 as well. Larry Fairman in the number 34, making up 19. Chris Van Maestrik, in the number 38 Ford, making up 22. Charles Robertson in 7th place. In 8th place as he goes a lap down in the number 20 Toyota. Only the top 6 cars are a lap down. Or a lap up, excuse me.
Yep, I am now sitting here crunching numbers really quick here. So if the way things end with Lautenschlager getting first, so he would be 40 points there, so that'll be 381 points. That will put him in front of Johnson, I believe. Let me double check here. So the 22, he will finish in that 19th position. He's gained 18 points, so that will put him at 50 points. So that will throw Lautenschlager in front of him. And if I'm not mistaken with how well John Hopley is working his way up to that 15th spot, and if he were to end right here, it's going to be very close, but he may have just got himself into the championship, or for the playoffs. If my numbers are correct.
Well, according to history, he's made up those places. He is currently in 15th position, the number 4 of John Hopley, behind in the number 19 Ethan Farless in 14th place. Don't know how far ahead he is of John, but we'll have to see. John Hopley making the most of a very just poor night out there on the racetrack for some of these guys, doing the best he can just to stay out there and stay in the race. That sometimes is what is most important, because again, sometimes you get the bonus points for just about anything, really. Having the correct paint jobs loaded for the Charlotte 600, that was happened earlier this year. Now that a little bit of time's passed, the folks on Trading Paints have been able to build the paints and correctly make them for every car. A lot of fan favorite cars and paint jobs out there are being run tonight from this past year's race. And we still have just about 35 laps to go. As we come into the dying stages of this race, it once again becomes a strategy battle. How long are you willing to go towards the end of the race before you want to pit? Because everybody is going to start needing gas and tires soon, as now only the top 5 cars are on the lead lap.
Yep, your top 5, they still need to come down to get their final pit stop done and over with. Your race leader, Craig Lautenschlager, he is coming down pit road, and David Justin, he will take over the race lead, and he will lead a point for 23-11 in that number 23 Toyota. Very wonderful run for David Justin in just his 3rd start here with ISNF. He is once again, he is subbing for one of these drivers today.
Some of these substitute drivers have been really fast out there tonight. Of course, the number 23 of David Justin being one of them.
Yeah,
a lot of really fast guys out there.
Yeah. Justin, he is in for Josh Grosso. So a lot of these drivers, unfortunately, a lot of these championship drivers have elected not to run this race. So it definitely doesn't surprise me that the ones that didn't join are a lot of the drivers that did, clinch a spot in the playoffs. And those others that did not join are ones that know for a fact that they clinched their playoff spot despite missing the race today. So, it's
You broke up a little there.
I said when it's all said and done.
I think JGR reached through your Discord there and started messing with your radio once again. My apologies.
No, it's alright. I think I'm trying to pull too much out of my USB hub, and that's what's causing my mic to disconnect. It's a brand new mic, so I decided to upgrade my mic, and it pulls a little bit more power than my old mic. So I think it's trying to pull too much power through this little USB port. So I may need to upgrade that as well, as we're still waiting for David Justin to come down pit road.
Couldn't agree with you more there. As I'm starting to learn more about the broadcasting side of the iRacing itself as well, I'm definitely going to need to upgrade to a better mic at some point here. Hopefully this $20 Amazon microphone I bought 3 years ago for other voice acting and singing purposes. David Justin is now the only car on the lead lap, number 23 Toyota. He is still not yet pit. Jeffrey Weimer in second, Larry Fairman in third, Chris Van Maastricht in fourth, Craig Lautenslager in fifth, Charles Robertson in sixth, Mark Gonzalez in seventh, Michael Iskandar in eighth, Eugene Thorne in ninth, Thomas Flynn in 10th, and Steven Sear in 11th.
Okay, you say you needed a new mic, but man, let me tell you what, you are actually very, very crisp in my ears.
Very loud or very
crisp? We can hear you perfectly fine with that headset.
Believe it or not, I will actually send you a photo later if you want. I am holding a microphone to my face because my microphone stand actually broke last year. So I am holding it about 2-3 inches off of my face, and we're just doing it the way that they used to back in the 50s and 60s on live TV.
Heck yeah, there ain't no other way to do it, especially for a World 600. Oh man, I give you major props. Your arm must be hurting now.
And now you know why I have a nice armchair instead of a racing bucket seat for my wheel setup. I would much rather have a nice comfortable chair, especially for long races like this, because I think it was earlier this year, in another league as well, we did a 400-mile Indianapolis race. And I wrecked out after 100 miles, and I was toast even in this chair.
Well, that is absolutely crazy.
So believe me, this is a much better choice for me than the gamer-style chairs that we all come to know and love.
Yeah, absolutely. We're still waiting for that, top four here to come down pit road of David Justin, Jeff Weimer, Larry Fairman, and Chris Van Maastricht. We're still waiting for them to come down pit road, and Craig Lautenslager, he's just waiting to pounce on that opportunity. So David Justin, he's gonna have to get down here on pit road and be very, very smooth, as we have 35 laps to go this time by.
This is what I've been talking about basically all night. It's when do you pit right at the end? Do you try and extend your fuel and tires out the best you can? Especially in the position of David Justin right now, he is the only person on the lead lap, if I'm not mistaken, or he's just so far ahead of the top three behind him. And he's just trying to run things out as long as possible, hoping for a caution to see if he can just get that free pit stop and still be a lap up on everybody before the end of this race to where nobody can catch him.
Yeah, currently I am showing 4 cars on the lead lap. Let me take a quick look here in our results. Yeah, four cars are currently on the lead lap. Just going back to our race, our overlaying the iRacing sim. I know that's something that I don't like to bring up, you know. But when it comes to situations like this, just to get clarification, make sure my overlays and iRacing is matching. So I just wanted to do that real quick. But yeah, I mean, having 4 cars on the lead lap, you know, Craig Lautenschlager, he's slowly, you know, he is 1 lap down, 32 seconds total behind your race leader. You know, so it's not going to be much long. Oh, and here comes your race leader now, David Justin, coming down pit road.
Perfect pull in for that pit stop. I will tell you that. That is exactly how you're supposed to do it. That was a beautiful, beautiful pull off into the pits.
Absolutely. As Larry Fairman in that number 34 machine for Front Row Motorsports, he's doing a phenomenal job out front in that number 34 machine. You know, just kicking time away, taking it nice and easy. And Jeff Weimer in that number 60, really good comeback in that number 60 machine as he's going to make his way down pit road. Oh, and he overshot. That is going to be a penalty for that number 60 machine for a unsafe pit entrance. So he's going to have to serve some extra time here down on pit road. As I was getting ready to say, he's having a phenomenal job and he knows how to get it done.
And he shot his pit stall as well.
Oh man, the commentator's curse hits once again for that number 60 machine. I'm so sorry, Jeff. What an man, you had an incredible run. As you see the crew now working on the right side, as he will go ahead and pull away. Apparently he didn't get up an unsafe pit entrance as he's making his way back out onto track. So right now, that number 34, Larry Fairman in that number 34 machine, him and Chris Van Mastert, we are still waiting for those 2 drivers to come down pit road. Craig Lautenschlager now back on the lead lap. But
Charles Robertson as well.
Yeah, so, you know, Larry Fairman, Chris Van Mastert, they were pushing as far as they can, you know, before they had to come down onto pit road. And unfortunately, it did not work in their favor. And, yeah, it looks like...
Here comes Larry Fairman now down pit road.
Yeah.
Another perfect example of entering pit road. Coming off the bank about halfway through turns 3 and 4. Getting onto the apron, slowing down all the while. And just cruising on down pit road into his pit stall. Perfect stop.
Yep, and that...
Chris Van Mastert takes the lead in number 38.
Yep. Craig still has to make his pit stop. But unfortunately, right behind him is Craig Lautenschlager, that number 77. So, you know, with him still having to make this pit stop, that might get Chris stuck at least 1 lap down if the 77 leader gets around him, which he will right here. So he will fall probably back to right about that 9th or 10th position. But we'll just have to see how he will cycle through.
Number 38 of Chris Van Mastert coming down pit road as well. Another beautiful stop from both of these drivers. Getting a full service, 4 tires and fuel. As your leader comes back around, Craig Lautenschlager takes the lead once again, making up 25 places from the start of this race, being chased down by Charles Robertson in the number 20, back up to 2nd place once again. That 20 car seeming to have luck on his side at long last as they come around with 25 laps to go this time by. Do you have any late race predictions? Do you think there's at least going to be one more caution before the end of this race?
With how spread out all these drivers are, I cannot see a caution coming out. But my prediction now is, I know it's still a long shot. We still got 25 laps left here, but this is going to be massive for Craig Lautenschlager if he can bring home that number 77 Chili's Toyota Camry, Chevrolet for Spire Motorsports, simply because he has yet to win here in ISNF. So getting your first win in the biggest race, the longest race, that's going to be a big accomplishment for that number 77 driver. And that's going to hold so much momentum heading into the playoffs. Now he can, look forward and say, all right, now I got the win off my chest or off my shoulders. Now let's make it happen the rest of the season, come home with more wins.
Couldn't agree with you more on that front. Number 77 has been dominating the majority of the last half of this race. Unfortunately, since the number 21 of Cody Meadows wrecked out about, what did you say, 2/3 of the way? Very unfortunate for the number 21. But the 77 seems to just be another zip code, hitting his marks, keeping that car as clean as he can, running his laps, biding his time. He's got 21 laps to go this time by, and he is just rolling away with it. No need to push, no need to really run away from these guys. Just got to keep it clean and keep it fast. That's all he's got to do for the remainder of this race.
Yeah, definitely. I also want to jump back here to Eugene Thorne in that number 66 Ford Mustang for MBM Motorsports. Also, I believe it's Garage 66. He's doing an absolute wonderful job in that number 66 machine, keeping his nose clean all race long. So this driver out of St. John, New Brunswick, he's doing a phenomenal job up here in the top 5. Going to be a very, very good, strong finish for Thorne, which he has been needing for a very, very long time.
Eugene Thorne making up 6 positions from the start of this race. I will agree with you. We haven't talked about a lot of these drivers for the majority of the night, so it's nice to see some of the other names start to appear. Number 66 of Eugene Thorne. He's been really clean all night, really consistent. A little bit further at the back of the pack through some of the midway of the race, but seemingly to get it back together, and he's running up in a respectable 4th place through the 600-mile race as we only have 19 laps to go.
Yeah, just absolutely phenomenal. There's a lot of trouble happening right behind him now with Mark Gonzalez in that number 2 and Larry Fairman in that 34. Fairman, he's doing a good job up there and mixing it out here as he makes a look on the inside of that 2 car of Gonzalez. Unfortunately, Gonzalez had those issues a little bit later in the 300 lap marker area. He's falling back all the way to that 7th spot as he's going to lose another spot here to oh no, that's Jeff Percheski, who's 1 lap down. He was looking to make a run on him, just to race. But he's got about a 5 lap gap back behind Mike Kissingard in that number 1 machine.
We're back to 11th corner. Craig Lautenschlager leading the way. Charles Robertson in 2nd. David Justin in 3rd. Larry Fairman in 4th. Jeffrey Weimer crashed. This caution comes out.
This is absolutely huge.
This is where the entire thing gets blown wide open.
Yes, very unfortunate there for Jeff Weimer in that number 60 machine. Let's go back here and take a look, see what happened. So he was coming into turn, the 66 got tight and went up and wrecked the 60.
Sailed up into him.
Oh,
66 man. Just came straight up and dumped the 60. Very unfortunate there. Wonder if the 66 had an issue early into that corner and just couldn't get it to come back around.
Yeah, let's ride on board here with number 60. He got down onto the apron right before it shot up the track. So I'm going to show you guys a view here that, again, I really don't like to show, but it kind of gives you that better angle of the situation. So we're going to come back here to Jeff Weimer, or I'm sorry, to that 66 of Eugene Thorne. Gonna go ahead and get in that far chase view. Yeah, we'll do the far chase view. And as you guys see, you see that 60 getting a good run on the outside, and that 66 of Eugene Thorne, he's going down towards that blue line, and he hits the apron right there. And that was just enough to cause the 66 to lose the front end of his car and go up into the 60 machine. So definitely a very unfortunate situation there for that number 60 machine, or the 60 machine, as you see the 66 coming down pit road. So it looks like all your race leaders are going to come down pit road to get 4 fresh Goodyear tires on their machines, and these guys are going to battle it out here till the end now.
This is exactly what I was thinking was going to happen a little bit earlier, hence why I was a little bit like, hey, do you think we're going to get one more? Because now, with just under 15 laps to go, this has been blown completely wide open, and everybody knows if you don't take tires here and a little bit of extra fuel, you might not get the chance to really be a contender for this race. This is where a lot of racing is going to happen here, especially at this point. New tires are going to be really slick coming through the turns, very loose coming through the turns as well. And everybody knows, at least coming into and out of the turns, this is going to be a very interesting way to finish off this race as we come up to 13 laps to go this time by. Yeah, 77 is still your leader, being chased down by the number 20 of Charles Robertson. Charles Robertson, I'm sorry. We've been at this for how long? 5 hours now?
4 hours, 10
I'm
minutes.
losing my mind over here.
Yeah, this is a very, very long race, and I mean, the fact that we still got 14 cars still rolling out on track, you know, we lost about a little more than half the field, but at the end of the day,
still on the lead lap, keep in mind as well.
Yeah, and that is actually very phenomenal. You know, we've had very short green flag runs. We've had a 10-foot, green flag run. And, I mean, just the racing all around has just been absolutely phenomenal this whole entire time. And so I'm really excited to see this come down. We're going to come back with 13 laps to go. As you see Gonzalez making his way back up to where he needs to be. So, you guys hold on. This is going to get fun. And fun, I mean, it could be one of two ways.
Definitely now.
Yes. Now, everybody here in the top 5, I still think has a very strong chance of winning. I mean, heck, everybody in the top 10 has a chance of winning.
Especially now as we come back down through the Echo Park restart zone. Green flag is out. 23 spins on the restart.
David Justin spun it on the restart. I was secretly rooting for him as he's having issues getting going here on the racetrack. My heart absolutely breaks for that number 23 machine as he finally gets it moving again here on the front straightaway. As we jump back out here to our race leaders, Craig Lautenslager still holding on to that second spot from Robertson as we have a battle now for that third spot. Eugene Thorne snuck up into that third spot as they are running side by side behind him. Larry Fairman up to that fourth spot now. Mike Iskandar having issues and falling back a couple positions there as he gets up into the wall, and that will make Gonzalez able to clear him for that fifth spot. So now they are now Oh, go ahead.
20 car rubbing the wall that last time by off of turn 2. Keeping it straight though, doesn't look like he got a lot of damage from that. He's running the number 77 car down with a force behind that 77. He is going for it. Chasing that car down through turns 1 and 2, trying to keep it low but off the bottom of the racetrack. Of course, clipping the bottom of the racetrack will cause you to spin. Ask how I found that out more than once. Come back down towards turns 3 and 4, 77 by the 20 by the 66 of Eugene Thorne. Welcome to the top 3, Eugene. Glad to be talking about you a little bit more out there tonight. Hopefully you can get some speed going and chase these guys down, as we have just under 10 laps to go, and it is still anybody's race.
Yeah, Eugene Thorne doesn't want to look now because here comes that number 2, Mark Gonzalez. But that 34 of Larry Fairman, he's now challenging Gonzalez for that 4th spot as they enter into turn number 3.
And back through the quad oval, our leaders, Craig Lautenslaughter, followed by Charles Robertson, Eugene Thorne, Mark Gonzalez, Larry Fairman, Mike Iskander, I'm sorry, I'm trying here tonight, Thomas Flynn, Steven Sear, Chris Van Mestrake, and David Justin are your top 10 and the 10 cars on the lead lap. Come back around turn 3 and 4 once again. We are running all the way to the end of this race, and it's just getting better and better as the race goes on.
Now we have Gonzalez now right on the back end of Thorne in that number 66 machine. You know, regardless of where Thorne now finishes in this race, this is going to be a very strong finish for him. You know, as, you know, the 66 machine is a underfunded race team. And so coming out here, get a strong finish, you know, in the top 5 is going to be absolutely phenomenal for Eugene Thorne, as Gonzalez is trying to make his way now around the outside of him here in turns 1 and 2. And Gonzalez and Thorne, they're going to drag race down the back straightaway for that 3rd spot. Oh, Gonzalez got into the outside wall, but he will clear Thorne, and that will put Gonzalez up here into the top 3.
Gonzalez really has to be careful with these moves right up against the wall and breezing up against the wall. He needs to consider the fact that he has damaged his wheels more than once tonight, and potentially his tow bar a little bit as well, more than once. If he keeps doing it with only 5 laps to go, he might take himself out or break his car bad enough to the point where he has no speed off of these turns, and he will get right back behind the number 66 or potentially further down the grid if he keeps running up against that wall.
Yeah, absolutely. As we jump back up here to Craig Lautenslaughter as we have 5 laps to go, you know, and, you know, it's been an absolute, you know, joyful race watching Lautenslaughter, you know, in this number 77 just run a great race week in, week out. You know, he did get caught up in a couple issues over in Talladega last week, if I'm not mistaken. You know, in the week before that, he's had a little bit of issues as well. But man, let me tell you what, tonight, it has been a very incredible run for this young man in that number 77 machine. Let me change up my driver data here real quick. Lautenslaughter has led 134 laps today. And so he's having a phenomenal run here today. Let me go back to my side notes here for just a moment.
I will say, while you're taking a quick look at your notes, this 20 car, if he wants to make a move for the lead, he better start moving it or losing it, because he's only got 2 laps to go this time by to take the lead on this race. If he wants to go for it, he's got to go, kid. Come on, dude.
Absolutely, 2 laps to go. Robertson half a second behind. It all comes down to this. Can that number 20 Toyota from Joe Gibbs Racing of Charles Robertson get back to the back bumper of that number 77 machine of Spire Motorsports. Lautenslager comes out of turn number 4. We're going to see the white flag this time. And this time by, Lautenslager has pulled another 10th in front of second place of Charles Robertson. And he's continuing to be able to pull away here on the final lap. So he is doing anything and everything he can to stay in front of Lautenslager. I'm sorry, in front of Robertson, as they will now come out of turn number 4. Ladies and gentlemen, your World 600 winner, first-time winner in the ISNF Series, Craig Lautenslager for Spire Motorsports in that number 77 Chevrolet. What an incredible race here today, ladies and gentlemen, for Craig Lautenslager. Charles Robertson and Mark Gonzalez in that number 2 machine will bring it home. Your top 3, Eugene Thorne in that number 66 machine. He had an incredible run today.
Phenomenal run from all of these guys out there tonight. Even these guys that were lapped down or just laps down in general. Jeffrey Weimer, Jeff Perchesk. Yeah, I'm probably still messing up that name, and I apologize for it. Ethan Charlotte, Percheski, excuse me, and John Hopley. Them guys, yeah, sure, they were laps down, but they were still out here, and they still ran, I think, phenomenal races as they come in 11th, 12th, 13th, and 14th, respectively. Considering these guys persisted throughout the entire remainder of this race after the wrecks and things that they had, I commend their efforts, and they had a fantastic race out there tonight regardless.
Oh, absolutely. You know, point out John Hopley. I thought he was only going to get up to like 15th, but he was able to overtake Will Austin in that number 10 for he fell back to the 15th spot. So Hopley actually finishes one spot above where I originally thought, and I believe that might have clinched himself into the playoffs for the remainder of the season. But man, what an incredible race all around. And let's go ahead, we're going to take a couple minute commercial break here. You know what, before we do that, let's go ahead and do our race results, and then we'll go to commercial, and I'll give us some time to get everything set up, you know, for our interviews and everything like that. So your race. So your race. Let me get some of this stuff hidden here real quick. So your first place finisher here is going to be that number 77 machine of Craig Lautenslager for Spire Motorsports, followed by Charles Robertson for Joe Gibbs. Mark Gonzalez in that number 2 machine, he'll bring it home third. Again, incredible run for Larry Thorne in that number 66 machine. And Larry Fairman in that number 34 will round out your top 5. Mike Iskandar will bring it home 6. Thomas Flynn, Steven Sire, Chris Van Mastert, David Justin will round out your top 10. Jeff Weimer, Jeff Percheski, Ethan Farless, John Hopley, Will Austin will round out your top 15. Nicholas Johnson, Cody Meadows, Gabe Ledger. Let's see. Here he goes. Justin Johnson and Dylan Lansdale will round out your top 20. Christopher Walker, Isaac Wilson, James Bowles, Timothy Perryman, Bob Wyckoff, Rhea Ferris, John Dubois, Scott Trusty, Tony Fry, Brandon Treadwell will round out your top 30. And then rounding out your field is going to be Matt Metler and then Dylan Smith, who did not start the race due to electrical issues on his number 3 machine for RCR. So, all around, what an incredible race. Like I said, we're going to go ahead and take a brief intermission here, ladies and gentlemen, while we get ready for our interviews. And let's catch our breath here as well. So, we'll be back here in just a couple moments. So don't go anywhere, as we will hear back from our race winners. Stand by.
There is just one more lap remaining, and look how close Modoff is. He got the slipstream.
There we go. 2 laps to settle it in the Blue Emu Firecracker 400. Whatever you got to give it now. Back to green we go.
On the final lap, side by side, they still run wheel to wheel. Now, through the snake, the S as we go. Quaro edges ahead. Modoff is still there.
White flag, one more to go on the Daytona 250. Kepler leads that lap. Who's going to lead the last one?
To the line. Look at that. Dave Chapman, he's going to send it around the outside final corner. Has he got it done?
Continuing to go side by side for the lead through 3 and 4, and they manage it safely. Now through 5.
And hunting for a way by it all. Round 2 between Phil Sell and Rico.
To the outside. White flag is out side by side. They make contact in the turn number 1. Ooh, gets onto the grass now down to the inside. Andy T, a little bit of a wiggle and the perfect crossover there from Polly Parson to defend the position. Andy T totally sideways. They're still sideways going into Siberia.
And getting ready to cross, he goes around the outside, but it's not enough.
Eden's up the racetrack. Carbo down the track. A photo finish. James Eden wins it. It's still 4 abreast into the braking zone. This is sensational racing. And here comes Bowden. It's going to be a drag race to the end. That's side by side. Who gets it?
Williams tries to cover him off, but once again, pulling the over-under. Daniel Morad is going to win with a last quarter pass.
Newsom's coming up right there. By the corner. It's going to be pinned down.
Oliver is going to come back at him. It's going to be a race to the line. Does he have enough? Down to it. And they're wrecking in 3. Here comes Michael Cozy Jr. Michael Cozy Jr.'s got the lead.
He looks to the inside. Side by side for the race lead.
Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Charlotte Motor Speedway in the end to what could be one of the most interesting World 600 events I have ever seen. The first 100 laps was pure chaos, and then everybody settled down the final 300 laps. And so we actually ended up having some really good racing there. You know, can't complain too much about the racing, you know, later in the stages. Alright, so we are awaiting to see anybody here that joins us. And yeah, the first one is going to be Craig Lautenslager. So let's go ahead and drive that number 77 machine of Craig Lautenslager. Craig, do you got a copy, sir?
Yeah, I do.
Craig, what an incredible run for you here at Charlotte Motor Speedway. And, you know, I know that you've been very strong many times and just come up short. But now tonight, not only are you now a ISNF winner, but you're a World 600 winner, buddy. Congratulations.
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, man, you had a very strong car all night long. Take us back, not only on that final restart, but just overall, how was that number 77 machine?
It felt pretty good all night. Didn't really get any practice, and I started from the back. But Charlotte's probably my best track, so kind of just went back to memory. And then this is the first time I think I've run it with the new kind of aero model. So it's only recently that you can kind of dump air on people and prevent them from getting runs on you. So I was kind of just able to work that. And the car was bad fast, and it was annoying for the caution to come out when I had a 5 seconds lead and almost a guaranteed win. But I knew I just had to have a good pit stop, and I did, and I got out before the 20, and then it was just a matter of holding my position in the last 16 laps.
Yeah, absolutely. Like I said, you've been very, very strong all day. You hit your marks coming down pit road. That was some of the smoothest, pit entries that we've actually seen here at Charlotte in a very long time. How was your pit crew? How did they respond down on pit road, and how did they help you win tonight's race?
Yeah, I was just able to execute on pit road really well tonight. As I said, I didn't really have hardly any practice, so I kind of, went into that first green flag stop and kind of just winged it a little bit, but, the car stopped pretty well, and, just, got in the box well, and kind of was doing something where I was going for a lower RPM to launch out of the box and just leave it in first, so was able to get good launches for the most part.
Yep, so leading up here into our playoffs, with this win tonight, that secured your spot here in the playoff picture, and now you got some extra bonus points as well for, winning before the playoffs ended. So now you have, a little bit of a stronger position than you would have been if you didn't win here tonight. You would have been clinched yourself either way, but, coming in with a win, and now you have, just those few extra bonus points, which will help out a lot. What's your thoughts about the remaining rest of the season and your run for the championship at the end of the season?
I think it'll be a good, set of tracks for me if I recall correctly what the schedule is. I think I'll have a good, be in good standing going to the playoffs. I forget what that was the last round before the playoffs. So
yes.
Really, the first round I'm very good at those two tracks, and then the second round I'm also very good at those two tracks, and finally, Atlanta high banked is going to be tricky. Just got to stay alive, and then I'm a solid road course driver, and then I've had good results at Auto Club too. So I think almost everything in the playoffs is a green light for me to do well.
Awesome. Pat, do you have any questions for Craig?
No, you pretty much covered all the bases there. Once again, Craig, congratulations on a great win out there tonight, and hope to see more of that during the playoff season. How does that sound?
Sounds good.
Alrighty. And is there anybody that you would like to thank before we let you go? I know you're pretty tired and want to go stretch and get a drink and everything, but who would you like to thank before we let you go today?
Just everybody who puts on the league, and that's about it. And none of my buddies showed up today, so it was it was a good race.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, we'll go ahead and let you go, ladies and gentlemen. Your race winner, Craig Lautenslager, driver of that number 77 Spire Motorsports Chevrolet, and first-time winner, World 600 winner, Craig Lautenslager. You have yourself a beautiful evening, sir.
Thank you.
Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, Mark Gonzalez has now joined us down in that winner's circle. Let's go ahead and bring up Mark Gonzalez, driver of that number 2 Ford Mustang for Penske. Mark, do you got a copy, sir?
Yes, I got a copy.
Mark, you had yourself a very big up and down day here at Charlotte. We saw you get into the wall hard quite a few times there, which hurt performance out of your machine. But you never gave up. You never gave up. You came crawling back to a third place finish here at the World 600. Tell us about your day. How fast was that number 2 machine?
Yeah, like he said, it was very up and down. I feel like every stage I was, putting in myself in a bad position, whether I wouldn't take tires and then had to come back down to take the tires or not, and then just getting involved with other regs and just being in the back of the field. So every stage I felt like I just had to come to the field. I don't really think I had anything for Craig. He was pretty fast today in the long run, and I couldn't figure out what kind of tricks he was using to get that long run speed.
Yeah, all around, it was a very, strong finish for you. And, I mean, what's your thoughts now? You're in the playoffs here. You do have, I believe you are secured in the championship via a win. So what's your thoughts now as we head into the playoffs, and what's your thoughts about, about possibly winning the championship when it's all said and done?
Yeah, I'm excited for the playoffs to get started. It's going to be a lot of fun. I just want to be a lot more consistent. I feel like in the regular season, I was involved in a lot of stuff and didn't finish races. So honestly, if I can finish a lot of the races in the playoffs, that would be really, really good and give me more of a chance to, go for that championship.
Yeah, absolutely. Pat, do you have any questions for Mark before we let him go today?
Well, Mark, just a couple of questions about all those times you kind of ran up towards the wall. How bad did the damage really affect you in some of those middle part of the stages, scrubbing up against the wall so many times? I know that kind of hurt you during the second stage there when you bounced off the quad oval's wall coming into the start-finish line.
Yes, there was only like one time where I got damage from hitting the wall, but the other times were like safety hits. You could use that composite body to lean on the wall just a little bit. There were some times where I hit it really, really hard, and I was like, oh my goodness, this has to be damage. And luckily enough, it was just keep on going, keep on chugging. Hitting the wall is not good, though. I mean, you'd still lose a lot of momentum from the stuff that you do gain. I feel like one time I was really close to Craig, and as soon as I hit the wall, there was no more momentum, and I couldn't get back to him.
Unfortunate that that's the way it went for you, but congratulations nonetheless on a respectable third place finish out there tonight, and hope to be talking to you a little bit more during the postseason and into the playoffs.
Yes, sir. I just want to thank y'all for putting on the broadcast. I know this takes a lot of time out of y'all's day, and I also want to thank the whole TPR group. We're all in the playoffs, so it'll be fun as a group to be in the playoffs and not fight each other, but be teammates and try to win this thing as an organization.
Well, best of luck to you and all your friends, and thank you for acknowledging us up here in the booth, and hope to hear more from you in the future.
All right. I hope to see y'all soon.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, driver of that number 2 Penske Ford Mustang, Mark Gonzalez finishing up in that third position there. So it looks like that's going to round out our broadcast for today. Pat, any final words today?
Well, from all of us here to you at home, thank you, goodbye, farewell, and amen.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, absolutely. We had a beautiful day here at Charlotte Motor Speedway. We had carnage here at Charlotte Motor Speedway. We had fuel strategies start playing out, cautions when they shouldn't have come out. But ladies and gentlemen, at the end of the day, it was that driver of the number 77 machine for Spire Motorsports bringing it home. And with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go ahead and take it from here. You guys have yourself a beautiful evening, and we will see you next week live from Phoenix right here, same time, or not the same time, but normal time, right about 5:30 p.m. Eastern. And we will see you next week for the first race of the playoffs. And until then, ladies and gentlemen, you guys have yourself a beautiful week, and you guys have yourself a wonderful time zone. Adios.
If you wanna stay with me, if you wanna try, maybe you could be with me, but only for the night. And I'll leave the window open, baby. Leave that key outside the door. We don't need to tell nobody, but I think I'm ready to belong. Only for the night. If you wanna stay with me, if you wanna try, maybe you could be with me, but only for the night. And I'll leave the window open, baby. Leave that key outside the door. We don't need to tell nobody, but I think I'm ready to You Lord, the Lord, you Lord, for someday.